Chapter 181 Impure World Reincarnation, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Super Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign is invalid. Nagato stood in the air silently looking at the man below. Father is exhausted. He heard the same sentence twice. Immunity, hard resistance. He analyzed this last time. It was concluded that the opponent physically resisted the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign and Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. But this time, he found something different. When the other party's light blue eyes appeared, Rinnegan instinctively felt hostility and provocation, and the emotions flowed into his mind from his eyes, making his expression more lineal. This emotion is not in the face of Sharingan, or even behind Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no doubt that if he guessed correctly, the eyes of the other party are also the eyes of God. Look at your hands. An angry Nagato fell rapidly from the sky and slapped the ground fiercely. You once told me that the world only needs one God. Speeding up, the second Super Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, levy was on the way to the landing, and it was completed under the condition of consuming a lot of life force. Compared to Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push's super strong defense without dead ends, this time the repulsion is all concentrated in the hand, tilting all the chakra and power at one point. This is his new power when he uses the Heavenly Path ability himself. Still the Super Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Penetration and repulsion, completely different from using in the air. Speed up again. Nagato's final attack slammed into the 8 swords. Feel the pain. No Akatsuki's pain. This is the pain given by God to the sun, the pain that mortals can't understand. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Boom. The earth trembled again, and the arena in the middle of the entire central tower began to sink. But this time, they saw clearly. The man standing there drinking wine remained motionless. The edge of the socket is like a substantially transparent enchantment, and it is not affected by half. Absolute control. The greater the power gap, the stronger the ability to control. Obviously, even if Nagato at this moment accommodates multiple cells that do not belong to him, he is still not the opponent of 8 swords. Enough. A sigh. The man stretched out his hand and pinched the neck of Nagato, who was still consuming chakra frantically in front of him. This eye does not belong to you. The greatest effect. Eyes don't belong to me. Nagato's body was one, and an arm stretched out from his neck. Nagato at the moment combines all the abilities of Pain 6 paths in one body. But this kind of collection is by no means weakening, but strengthening. It can be reminiscent of the Fourth Ninja World War. Itachi and Nagato were resurrected, and then rushed to the battlefield with the scene where Naruto fights Killer Bee. Killer Bee, who almost lost the golden body in seconds, after absorbing the 8-tailed chakra with Hungry Ghost Road. Even one hand fired the cannon and the other grabbed Naruto's soul and pulled it out. If Itachi hadn't used Kotoamatsukami to break free from the shackles of filthy earth turning into a cow, I'm afraid Naruto's soul would have been at that time. The soul has been taken out of the body. However, it cannot be ruled out that Kyuubi, 9 Tails, will help Naruto and come to a real fairy fox mode. But just from this record, we can analyze how strong Nagato is in health. The human way of Rinnegan. It is also a means of attacking the soul. Of course, there is a limit to this ability. That is, when facing an object whose chakra volume is significantly higher than one's own, it is not immediately possible to use. The soul is pulled out. Especially what he faced, it was even more ridiculous in front of Bajian. He is the god of death. The soul of the god of death cannot be controlled by others. Take your hand away, thank you. Glancing at the arm grabbing his body, Bajian said something lightly. The next moment a golden skull appeared, the Jinden chakra mode that once defeated the old man. Ying in the stands suddenly stood up excitedly, and the electricity on his body couldn't stop rushing out. Please be quiet if you need a movie. Minato reluctantly dragged him back to his seat. I asked Bajian about this move, it's not an escape. Quote, Technique. You can think of him as a form of defensive stance. But so far, I don't know of any way to successfully penetrate his defense. Materialize Reiatsu defense. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the stronger the defense. It was a power that ninjas could not understand. Damn, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't expect a genin fight to be so interesting. Merely genin. Brother, did you just wake up? That's Konoha Kenpachi, it's said to be the strongest in the ninja world. Can't bear it. That's right, but that boy from Yinyan village is also very fierce, and he shouts to sell rice. It can make such a big hole. Indeed, this trip to Konoha is really not for nothing. The spectators around were hooked. Thumbs up to the two on the field. Strong, Kenpachi. Strong Uzumaki Nagato. It's not a waste to see such a level of battle in my life. But you have to say they are genin. Well, Konoha's strongest is genin, I remember it. It's my turn. The golden skeleton violently shattered Nagato's human arm, with the hungry ghost road that collects chakra was also killed in seconds. Shaking his stiff neck, Hachiken grabbed Nagato's next arm and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom. The shock struck again. The weather-beaten Mother Earth shook angrily. Even if the shaking wasn't 1 or 2 times today, especially this time, Mother Earth couldn't stand it. Even more violent than the previous 2 tremors. What a power this is. What's even more shocking is that the attack has only just begun. Pressing Nagato to the ground was not the purpose of the 8 swords. He raised his head high and fell instantly with the man's roar, and the shock struck again. I asked you to sell rice. Boom. Konoha doesn't eat cheap rice, Lao Su has his own food street. Boom. Sell your mother to sell in batches. Boom. Who is disgusting in Hashirama sells. Boom. It's useless for you to give you a chance. Boom. With every punch, the shock would always start again. Anbu ninjas who were prepared earlier have already begun to strengthen the stability of the central tower. Otherwise, just relying on the aftershocks of Mother Earth, the tower would have to collapse. Rao is so, the strong tremor made people cling to the handrail next to them. At this moment, they have a new level of understanding of the fighting power of Konoha Kenpachi. No way. It is indeed a useless pawn. The center of the viewing table, Orochimaru muttered and looked at Kabuto in the distance and nodded slowly. Kabuto took a few steps back and started to hand seal with both hands. Demonic illusion. The art of Nirvana Jingshi. With a low voice, just as feathers began to fall in the air, a figure had already rushed to his side. He punched in front of him. Look at you boy, something is wrong. Boom. Weird. This is. Tsunade is here. Kabuto, who was punched in the stomach, rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Failed. Orochimaru struggled to look back. Kabuto's demonic illusion failed. Nagato is completely useless, and Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, doesn't even have a chance to keep being attacked. Press frantically on the ground. It looks like we've reached that point. Biting Kiba, Orochimaru was about to move. A hand had grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Orochimaru. The old man next to him looked calm and looked at him indifferently. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He actually saw through me. The old man is not the kind of old man who likes to take advantage of women. Smoking a cigarette, Sandai said. Mr. Sarutobi, why do I disagree so much with what you say? Orochimaru's tongue suddenly sticks out. The elder, with a ferocious appearance, does not take Sarutobi Hiruzen as a matter. Your 3 apprentices are very good. The title of Konoha is probably already famous in the ninja world. Konoha yellow gambling drug. The surrounding ninjas burst out laughing. This title really has a personality. They didn't know what was going on at all, but they still looked at all this with an optimistic attitude. If you like to hold it, I will let you hold it, After all, your dear apprentice is a woman now, and I want you to plan. Are you trying to look younger? My body is stronger than Lake Biwa. The crazy Orochimaru suddenly started talking nonsense, and the meaning of the words made Sarutobi face Yuhi's heart. Why is it so exciting to think about it? With the strength of their feet, the bodies of the two suddenly rushed towards the high platform. The next moment, the 4 rays of light Jinchuriki column instantly surrounded Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Ninja, 4 purple flame formation. The real master-disciple showdown begins. Scene began to become chaotic, and countless white Zetsu and the ninja Otoyakuin appeared out of nowhere. Then rushed over and started the attack. Konoha Crash Plan, started. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages in front of them all looked at the 4 purple flame formation. It seems that the security of your village is very problematic. What's your motivation for saying that? Minato glanced at him suspiciously, then stretched out his finger and pointed to the field. The storm came more suddenly than expected, but after all, it could not cause too much storm. The ninjas of Anbu turned into a few moments of rushing over the Otokura ninja and white Zetsu to start a fight. Kill, and inside the village, there are countless figures rushing out, facing the ferocious snake. You have endured a lot of wind and waves, so why are you panicking at such a small scene? Looking back at Onoki with a sunny smile, Minato asked rhetorically. The miscellaneous fish have not been solved yet, and your 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have encountered a difficult. Why, you can't do it, and you can't let people say it. I also stood up appropriately to keep up with Onoki's rhythm. Shoo, crash. As soon as Ki's voice fell, he saw the 4 purple flame formation above it exploded strangely. The Yin village quartet also flew out backwards. That is the knife light from the bottom. Apparently, the battle between Uzumaki Nagato and Yahachi Sword is over. Listen now, the Chunin exam will continue. The next group of Sasuke's red copper armor hurriedly say goodbye. The ninjas who came to watch the ceremony were all stunned. Your Konoha, the exam is still going on. Don't you see that your 3 generations of Hokage are in deep crisis? And what do you think your village is fighting now? Still have time to organize competitions. Surprisingly, the boy named Uchiha Sasuke jumped out of the ring hole calmly, waiting for his opponent. Nothing else. Just because that's what his master said. So, the game goes on. At this moment, the battle above and the battle below seem to have nothing to do with each other. But people can see that it must be more exciting from above. Man carrying Uzumaki Nagato had already flown to the destroyed 4 purple flame array area, and in front of him was Sarutobi and Orochimaru who were facing each other. The 4 purple flame array really couldn't stop this man. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi and Hachiken coldly. Swish swish. Several figures also fell by the side. All members of the Night Owl squad, plus 5 shadows. Minato in the 5 shadows, everyone else is obviously joining in the fun. Even Terumi May winked mischievously at Hachiken. Orochimaru, what are you going to do? Duel between master and apprentice. Jiraiya was the first to speak. Obviously, he didn't want to see such a scene. He was glad that Orochimaru didn't die in a Megakure village, but now, he actually came to destroy Konoha. Why? Konoha with 8 swords, why do you want to destroy it? Do you have that power? Do what? Orochimaru smiled and summoned 2 shadow clones and started to hand seal quickly, make a break. This is. Seeing Orochimaru's hand seal, Sarutobi was stunned and rushed over. But just after a few steps, a space Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of him. 2 figures slowly appeared. Obito with black Zetsu. They blocked Sarutobi's way. Too late. The art of psychic. Impure world reincarnation. The 3 coffins slowly rose in front of everyone. The art of resurrecting the dead. You actually. Sarutobi was heartbroken, but his heart was full of wonder. Why didn't Yabajian stop Orochimaru? 3 coffins. It's all here. Black Zetsu and Obito are here. This was something he didn't expect. The Chunin exam is very much like the 5 shadow talks in the original book. Touching his chin, Ba Jianshin kicked Nagato to the side, took out the stool and sat on it, then pointed his finger at the coffin. Who's there? Miss Snake, who are you going to resurrect to please me? As expected of you, Bajian-kun. He wasn't surprised when he saw the dirt turning into a cow. There was danger and triumph in Orochimaru's eyes. First of all, I would like to introduce this technique, and it is also to please the 8 Swords Kunyu. The original Impure World reincarnation was not perfect, and due to the Matsuri quality, the summoned combat power was extremely insufficient. But this time, I added 90% Senju Hashirama cells to all Matsuri products. So the resurrected people will be infinitely close to their original fighting power. After a brief pause, Orochimaru pointed to the first coffin. He, from Sengoku, is a rare talent for the Senju family. One-handed Suiten water style is comparable to the sea. Even if there is no water, you can still use the powerful Suiten water style. Senju Tobarama, hailed as the most qualified Hokage in history by Yajian Kunyu. Boom! The coffin board burst, and a man with a dazed but murderous look came out. The forehead protector limits his appearance, but it can be seen from those sharp eyes. He is strong. It turned out to be the second generation of Hokage. The shadows and leaders of the major shinobi villages began to whisper. That's a legendary character. The next one will be even better. The seal with one hand, he firmly controlled Senju Tobarama to guard his flank, and Orochimaru pointed at the second coffin excitedly. The legendary god of ninjas, the original Hokage of Konoha. One-handed Mokudan wood style is superb, chakra is comparable to a tailed beast. Senju Hashirama. Bombing. The coffin board burst. A big man who came out scratching his head, looked around suspiciously. Monkey. You're getting old too. How can this be out of control? When the first generation came out, Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed and he suddenly remembered a very serious question. Senju Hashirama with Senju Hashirama's cells. This. Fail. The chatter is endless. Boom. After listening for a long time, it turned out to be Impure World reincarnation. This time, after the coffin board burst, it was accompanied by a strange white smoke. It can be seen that he can't wait to come out and smash the coffin board directly. And just when this man came out, an old man in the 5 shadows suddenly stepped back a few steps and sweated profusely. He is Uchiha Madara. Chaos is coming. Stood up listening to Onoki's roar. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. 3 people with nearly 100% strength. Orochimaru's whole cards. The shadows flickered. Back and forth between the 8 swords and these 3 people. They seemed to be making some sort of decision. But Orochimaru's face was terrifyingly green. When Senju Tobarama came out, he was excited. But when Senju Hashirama came out with Uchiha Madara, he realized. He was wrong. It's big. Hashima. When 2 resurrected enemies collided. Orochimaru's forehead hurts with the chakra wind blowing through the clouds. The scene became more chaotic. Especially when a man suddenly stood between the 2, holding his shoulders and pulling out Zanpakuto. Orochimaru knew. Let you do your best to please me. This plan has failed completely. That's it. Spiritual pressure soared into the sky. At this moment, it is said that some people feel the shock and fear from the heart. Tough to separate Uchiha Madara from Senju Hashirama, Zanpakuto of the 8 swords, straight to Orochimaru. Knight 8 swords. That's it. That's it. I'm going to hit 10 Uchiha Madara. 10 Senju Hashirama. Curse. A moment, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and Uchiha Madara, the giant wall of the Uchiha clan, stared at Yaba sword. How many did this fellow say? Gaara, who was standing on the ground, glanced at the sky, and then glanced at the ground. Finally sighed. Suddenly, he felt that the tail in his body was not fragrant. How many? Chapter 182. The mere gravel is not half as good as mine. It is night. The atmosphere of the central tower in Konoha's Forest of Death looks extremely eerie under the cover of night. Above the diamond-shaped tower, the giants of the ninja world are standing, and they are basically elites with heads and faces. At the bottom, they were spectators engraved by Genin for some reason. Chunin exam is still underway. Hey, let's go to the second game. After fighting and looking at the top of his head, the two Jinchuriki column sons were a little confused. I always feel that he should go up at this critical moment. Yes, there is also Naruto who has this kind of thought in the distance. The atmosphere above is so weird. Well, the battle begins. Moonlight Hayate scratched his head, facing Sasuke and Akane. Bronze armor beckoned, indicating that they can start. But it's not just Sasuke who is confused. The red copper armor is also somewhat unknown. Orochimaru in the hidden village, but now that the Konoha crash plan has started, is he still playing house games with little kids? Looking at Sasuke in front of him with a smile, the red copper armor sneered. In that case, we can only make a quick decision, Maru-sama. Whoosh. The battle officially started and rushed out without hesitation. He who can absorb chakra is the best at. It's close combat. As long as the close combat lasts for a while, he can drain the opponent's chakra. Pity, not the current Sasuke, not the man who was in the original book. Orochimaru has cast a spell and can't easily mobilize chakra, and even a middle-year 2-year-old boy who needs to open Sharingan. It was the one that inherited the will of Konoha Murakami. The genius swordsman draws his sword and slashes straight. In Yuhi's Sharingan, the opponent rushed over. It looks full of flaws. Swish. The shallow strike crossed an arc and directly placed it on the red copper. The gap is too big. On Kai's neck. Whether it is combat experience, or strength. Master, the red copper armor is not. 727. Sasuke shook his head to the Moonlight Hayate was about to announce the match result. But the copper armor with the knife on the neck took advantage of Sasuke's victory ticket to relax a little, and punched it again. Puff! Sasuke sneered as he slammed into the opponent's chest. The sound went back. The key is to know the result, and don't let your guard down before killing the other party. This sentence was given to me by the master. And the relaxation you see is just the relaxation I want to show you. The handsome young man left, and the body of the red copper armor fell heavily to the ground. Possesses special abilities but has no room to show. This is the gap. When your opponent is me, you have already lost this moment, a Jinchuriki column mad. In the second fight, the winner Uchiha Sasuke Moonlight Hayate coughed and announced the result. The third game continues. Chunin exam below continues. Although the venue was destroyed by Hachiken and Nagato, the reason is still affected. And the scene above has been weird since the beginning. The ninja world's big bosses gather, as if there is that kind of 5 shadows. The mood of the conversation. Divided into 2. Simple analysis, it seems that Ping can be divided into 3 parties. Konoha side, Orochimaru side, neutral ninja world. Power side. Among them, the Konoha side is headed by Yi Bajian, Yi Xiao. The team members are also assembled, plus the last jump. Tsunade on the board, as well as the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and other important figures are all present. And the Orochimaru aspect is a bit more complicated. Say that it is the villains led by Orochimaru, and it is better to say that Orochimaru and the former Akatsuki members. What's even more terrifying about the second cooperation is that there is a high probability that 2 people in the filth transfer he summons will not be at the mercy of them. Black Zetsu, Obito, Orochimaru plus fall to the ground. Nagato. The narration of the three coffins is Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara. The existence of the shadow is a little confusing, but it is certain. Forcing a lot of people. Such as Uchiha Madara. Now he doesn't know what's going on. Something. Nagato lay motionless on the ground. Look at that. There doesn't seem to be much difference between the appearance and the bereaved dog. And the successor Obito he cultivated is just a... She shook her head and sighed at him vigorously, not knowing what she wanted to express. Something. Also, why is Hashirama also resurrected? If the dirt turns into an ox, then the dirt turns into an ox. It's a bit difficult to bring him back to life. Squinting her eyes, Madara, holding her shoulders, looked at Yabajian. Just now this fellow said that he would beat himself 10 times. Are you drinking too much? But if there is a peanut, it will not be drunk like this. Who is he? Madara fell into deep thought. And the third party, a small team of filmmakers, were shaking all over and shivering coldly together. Thanks to Rasa next to him for a little help, but I'm afraid I can't get up from sitting there. Hey, what about it? Uchiha Madara, that's all. Rasa frowned, noticing Uchi quite a bit. Wave Madara looks at the illusion. And yourself? Onoki's eyes widened. You say. What? That's Uchiha Madara. He still can't forget that scene to this day. Just one look, the man above the top can watch the haircut, not only watch Uchiha Madara unilaterally beat the second-generation soil grown-ups. At that time, he was still the same boy, and in the end, the alliance between Iwagakure village and Konoha failed. With this Mangekyo Sharingan. Still can't forget the psychological guilt of that youthful time. Looking at it, Onoki shuddered. Pulled Raikage's arm. Sound. I didn't expect Orochimaru's cards to turn out to be these people. If it was the first Hokage alone, maybe he couldn't turn the tide of the battle, but now with Uchi. Bo Madara, are you going to start lining up? Shadow frowned. One of the topics discussed when coming to Konoha beforehand. Orochimaru seems to come up with a weapon that can fight against Konoha. How to choose now? What did they say? Force, Kazekage, Mizukage, how do you? Some haste. It's time to turn around. Against the tyranny of Konoha has come. You don't deserve to be called Raikage of Kumogakure village. Look at Rasa and Terumi Mei, and I will wait for them. An answer. The current situation has become clear. Resisted together and continued on Konoha's side. Kneel and choose to enter. No matter what you choose, you have to fight for a reaction. Pity, except Rasa gave a little reaction. Besides, Terumi Mei didn't even look back at the field. The two cowards forced I to bite Kiba, forget it. He decided to take a look. Eerie silence. Seems that even Orochimaru didn't expect to be a dirty soil. After the transfer is completed, the atmosphere will become so calm. Although I don't know what the situation is now. But the magician over there, this time the old man has a strength close to the original one. In the end, this magic was created by the old man. How could it be possible to bind the old man? Hokage Senju Tobarama, who was summoned to break the peace. Chipo Madara was also resurrected, here. It should be the village of Konoha. It looks like things should be a little more complicated. Miscellaneous. As of now, there is no other choice. Brother, the old man is about to start. Pat. At this moment, Senju Tobarama's body suddenly. Orochimaru in shock. The body that originally wanted to move immediately stopped. Tobarama, you are dull. Hashirama sighed helplessly, carefully aware that this Matsuri product is full of old man's cells, plus the impure world reincarnation shackles. Speaking, Tsunade in the distance suddenly ran excitedly. Come over and land in front of the two of them. At this moment, Tsunade can no longer hide her heart, and the tears falling from the corners of her eyes tell her what she has been through all these years. Some encounters. It's Xiao Gang, you've grown up. Looking at his juniors, Senju Hashirama seems to be Ping was a little emotional, looked left and right and seemed to be a little puzzled. Senses for a while, Senju Hashirama opened his eyes. Something's not right. It's... Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Once he did order the Senju clan to hide their surnames and live in Konoha, but the Tsunade line belongs to Senju family of direct blood, and even if it is integrated into the Konoha, you can also feel the unusual huge chakra of the Senju family. It's just that Joe's people, including those below, there was no familiar air at all. Only Tsunade in front of himself. Shodai, first, Sama, I think this problem. You can ask my teacher, the third generation of fire. Shadow Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru grinned, and Shipei found the cut. Yes. Even if impure world reincarnation is out of control. But he has only one purpose from beginning to end. Kill Sarutobi. Prove their worth. They are all dead, and those who are integrated into Konoha are also treated as Senju clan. I really want to recall Tsunade's tragic smile. To this day he still can't understand why. Let Nawaki, a kid who just graduated, also go to the battlefield. Clearly the second ninja war Konoha did not get. What interests are there, and it is clearly an invasion war, why fight so hard to die? What happened? Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama turned back instantly and looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm face. Nothing to explain. Since Tsunade came back, Sarutobi knew maybe there is such a day. Shodai, first, Sama, teacher Tobarama. I'm sorry for the Senju clan. Bowing to the two of them, Sarutobi's eyes were firm. It was my fault and I had the courage to take it all. But before that, I'm going to clean up the traitors of Konoha and clear the door. The painting stopped me. Also please turn into a golden hoop. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the robes on him, and the body was close-fitting. It seems that he has already seen through the identity of Orochimaru. First. Just didn't say it. How to find my 0 inches. His eyes hide malice and ambition. In fact, I have already noticed it. Sarutobi shook his head bitterly. It's the same as before, just as I noticed that you haven't stopped human experiments. Nevertheless, I pretended not to know. In those war years, you were brilliant. So I hope you can carry on my mantle. That's what I thought at the time. A long sigh, Sarutobi's eyes became firmer. But my naive thinking at the time made today's disaster. Maybe that day, I shouldn't have let you go. This incident is also the most serious mistake I have ever made in the old man. So even if your aura has changed and your appearance has changed, your eyes are still full of ambition as always. Eyes. Orochimaru pinched the seal and looked indifferent. This teacher really knows himself. Monkey, I think you should talk about the Senju family first. The controlled Senju Tobarama looked solemn. The old man gave you Konoha, and now you tell me that the bloodline of the Senju family is only Tsunade. Don't change the subject, the old man needs an explanation. Explanation? What explanation do you want? What is the Senju family? Just when everyone was indulging in that magnificent thirst for knowledge, a cold voice struck. Uchiha Madara, who was holding his shoulders, lightly stepped on the tiles under his feet, and in an instant a big hole almost caused a collapse. I just want to know what's going on right now. Spread instantly, Madara's eyes shifted to Obito who was standing beside him. Then go forward step by step. Find out what's going on and why it's not Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, who resurrected yourself. And what step has the Moon Eye plan reached? That's what Madara wants to know. As for the problems of the Hokage in Konoha village, what does it have to do with him? Step by step towards Obito, but when passing by Orochimaru, Madara suddenly stopped and turned her head to look directly at Orochimaru, looking at the appearance of hand seal. Are you the caster? Coming. Orochimaru was in control of impure world reincarnation, but the man in front of him didn't even move, and he calmly took a look at his neckline. Looks like you know the secret of my body. Yes, the secret of the union of yin and yang. Orochimaru nodded with sweat on his face. You who have been resurrected with a special Matsuri item will surpass your heyday. Huh. Madara was stunned for a while, with a little playfulness in her eyes. Have you seen my heyday? Want to meet Uchiha Madara, the legendary power? Holding the seal, Orochimaru seems to want to manipulate Madara's body and use him to turn the awkward situation around. Orochimaru with the kind of eyes that looked at ants, and then walked towards Obito in the distance. Hand seal while walking. Surgeon, forbidden technique is not something children can play around with. Although I don't know what's going on, but now that I'm resurrected, the Eye of the Moon plan will be taken over by me, Uchiha Madara. His hands speeded up and slapped the ground hard. The next moment, the hideous Madara let out a low drink. The magic created by the mere low-level waste, actually trying to trap me Uchiha Madara. Scolding Senju Tobirama without a trace, Madara's entire body began to shine with white 4.8 light. Impure world reincarnation. Solution. Orochimaru was completely stunned when the line that held the dead man broke. Are you kidding me? Can this thing be unlocked? Madara finally walked up to Obito and looked at him. At this moment, the eyes of the people around them all gathered. Of the masked Uchiha Madara has been self-destructed when the real Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Who is he? Who have worked with Akatsuki and have had an affair with Obito are full of doubts. Only Minato and Kakashi let out a sigh. How is the Moon Eye project completed? Why, I feel the breath of several tailed beasts below, not in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Also, why did you use this low-end resurrection method to resurrect me? Obito. Looking sideways at Obito, Madara's voice was low. Lord Madara, Obito didn't catch a single one. Instead, Black Zetsu quickly and respectfully replied. I think you should change the question. Obito frowned and pointed at Yabajian. Who is he? Who is he? Madara glanced coldly. It's just a kid, delusional to beat 10 Uchiha Madara's trash. A mere grit, not half as good as mine. Bombardment. Clang. A large knife slashed in the air, and Madara's Susanoo was able to block the attack from the dangerous bar above his head. At this moment, Madara's eyes were bright. Crunch. Boom. Susanoo's armor shattered, and Madara's body took a dozen steps back before slowly stopping. And the kid he was talking about kicked the knife again and stretched out his thumb at Madara, then turned and stabbed down 180 degrees in front of him. A mere grit, not half as good as mine. That's what I said. Spirits in throat. 8 Swords grinned. Things seem to be getting more interesting. Chapter 183. At this moment, on behalf of Konoha, I launch a war of unification with you all. The mere gravel is not half as good as mine. The distance, Onoki shuddered when he saw that Susanoo was able to flatten the rupture. The idea of using the combat power summoned by Orochimaru just started to resist, but it was dispelled a lot in an instant. That is Uchiha Madara. Was forced back by a knife. Calm down. Must calm down. It seems that wait and see is the most correct choice. Who is he? Still, Madara frowned at Obito. Really? Obito was right. Compared with the previous question, this question is indeed a higher priority than the previous one. His name is Yabajian. A deep breath, Obito spoke slowly. But he is more remembered by his title, Konoha Kenpachi. I don't know what this title means. But whoever has this title, can exercise the same rights as Hokage. In other words, he is also Hokage of Konoha. Was there a brief pause? Obito looked at Madara. Is it still so calm? But what I'm going to say next, I'm afraid even Uchiha Madara will be surprised. Driving with the same power as Hokage. Senju Tobirama, who was not far away, frowned. Monkey, you made this system. It's a shame that there are 2 supreme commanders in a village. This problem is too big, you What the hell is going on? Let's not say who is the one who specifies the decision when you encounter a problem in ordinary times. Let's take an emergency situation. How to deal with the disagreement between two people. You have disappointed me so much, monkey. In a village, two people exercise power together. This kind of thing is unheard of. But what was extremely confusing to Senju Tobarama was that when he said that, Sarutobi just shook his head at him. Shook his head. And Zhou Yang's Anbu ninja and Yi Xiao team, and even the handsome man wearing the 4th generation Hokage cloak in the distance. The angry men all gave him the same look. There is only one meaning in the eyes. That's how rare it is. It's like a group of people looking stupid and complaining. How? Is there anything wrong with what the old man said? Senju Tobarama frowned. His tone was the same as before, but his momentum seemed to be a little weaker. Ahem, it's like this. This matter has to start from the beginning. Minato suddenly stood up and smiled. Nadaime, second, Sama. This policy is set by me, the O4th. 4 generations of Hokage personally developed. The internal reason is a bit complicated if it is explained, but in general, it is because the 8 swords. Ordinary rewards for Konoha's credit are completely unnecessary. What a big tone. Senju Tobarama said in a daze. I would like to know what the credit you are talking about. What do you mean? Mr. Tobarama. Sarutobi interrupted the other with a sigh, seeing the appearance of the 2nd generation. Actually, the old man is also concerned about this matter. After all, he's done something that no Hokage has ever done. There are objections, and even feel that it is not too much. For example, expanding the territory of Konoha, expanding the territory of Konoha. Expand the Konoha map. The 2nd generation was suddenly silent. He had never thought of such a thing, or thought it could be done. 5 ninja villages, 5 countries. There are small countries in between. This pattern seems to him that will never change. And this kind of thing about letting others cede land is a little unrealistic no matter how you think about it. What else? Madara, who was next to Obito, suddenly became interested, glanced at Bajian meaningfully, and let Obito go on and on. Expand the territory and expand the territory for Konoha. Is the first time Madara has heard of such a thing. But there is always an inexplicable sense of refreshment in it. It seems that the kid has completed what he wanted so much. Things to do. He's just talking about superficial achievements. Obito smiled bitterly, and the old man said it well, if you add all the achievements, the people of Konoha worship him as a god. The ninja school graduated early, and then went to the country of thunder to go deep behind the enemy's back to capture the 2nd tail and inflict heavy damage on the 8 tails. Even before I fought with him and was forced back with a knife. This is nothing. After returning to the village, his reform is the top priority. Anbu, who was originally hidden in the depths, the reform of the department that people did not feel much about. The names that can be engraved on the wall are all the people who contributed to Konoha. What the 3 generations of Hokage just said is the credit recorded on it. But beyond that, there are more unknowns. For example, catching Raikage alive, forcing the Land of Thunder to finally give up the land. Another example of blocking me from launching the Kyuubi, Nine Tails rebellion to retaliate against Konoha is completely unworthy of mention. Obito narrowed his eyes and looked at Terumi Mei in the distance. The bottom is the point. After integrating Anbu, he led Anbu's ninjas and his own Night Owl team to infiltrate the village of Kurigakure, and in just one night, he took over the regime of the village of Kurigakure, killed the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura, and supported the 1st. According to my investigation, the village of Kurigakure at this moment, it has already become an affiliated village of Konoha, together with the country of water. 5 generations of Mizukage Terumi Mei, all under Konoha's control. The whole water country is under the control of Konoha. At this moment, the people around were completely stunned. Whether it was the shadow of the great ninja village or the leaders of other ninja villages, they looked at Terumi Mei in astonishment, and seemed to want to see what was going on from her reaction. Did it leak? Terumi-May shrugged her shoulders at Hachikan, and she didn't know how Obito knew about it. After all, the so-called blood fog policy is Obito's means of revenge on Kurigakure village. She doesn't know that Yagura is being controlled. To express her position, Terumi-May stood up and leaned on the shoulders of Bajian obediently. This move has already tacitly acknowledged that what Obito said is the truth. Kurigakure village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Is it really an affiliate of Konoha? Cannot accept. The 5 great ninja villages are actually only the 4 great ninja villages now. The sudden change made everyone silent. Even the faces of the first and second generations who came out with dirty soil stiffened. What a feat this is. If that's all, it's nothing. Obito was as calm as always, but anyone could hear the jealousy in his words. He is indeed jealous. Sometimes I even fantasize about what it would be like if the person so admired was him. After all, the regime in the village of Kurigakure at that time was very fragile, and supporting the 5th generation of Mizukage was an opportunistic move. The time when he really showed his strength was when he brought Anbu into the land of the land. With just over 200 Anbu ninjas, he turned the land of the earth upside down and nearly destroyed the entire Iwagakure village. In the end, I even forced the shadows of Iwagakure and Sunagakure villages to come to Konoha, bow and salute to the Wall of Honor and Merit, and ask them to pay tribute to Konoha every year, and send a lot of materials or something. If these are to show strength, then the following things are the real places to show ambition. Obito spoke again. Having conquered the 4 great ninja villages and taking control of Kurigakure village, this does not satisfy his ambitions. Shiro started a few years ago, and Konoha's hand began to reach out to those small ninja villages. As far as I know, more than 80% of the small and medium-sized ninja villages and countries in the entire ninja world are under Konoha's control. It is foreseeable that in the future, he will do incredible things. After speaking in one breath, Obito held up his mask. Only he knew how much sweat was oozing from his face at the moment. Anyway, he's tricky, and the Moon's Eye program was suspended because of his presence. Because Akatsuki's village of Omegakure has been razed to the ground with one move, and you gave that guy Rinnegan, and he's still lying in a coma there. Walking slightly in front of Madara, Obito's voice was deliberately lowered. I'm not his opponent, but one thing is certain, his knife can attack people's souls. According to my guess, Wei Tujuan is to pull back the undead of the dead, but his knife happens to be a knife against the soul, so I think you'd better resurrect with your real body, otherwise you might not be able to beat him. Now Kyubi, Ninetales or Wei, Yiwei, are all below, and the shadows of each village. Shish. Obito wanted to go on and on. Madara put her hand to her mouth and snorted. Out and patted Obito's shoulder. Madara's expression suddenly became crazy. It's been so many years, Obito. You didn't get anything done. Quote. Sure enough, it's a waste, and it has no use value. Glancing sideways at Obito, Madara withdrew her gaze and nodded to Black Zetsu, who got the message. Not into the soil. Turn around and look at Yi Bajian. Madara's hand clapped her forehead. Voice from low to high. The body also began to tremble. He is laughing. Excited too. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, did you see it? Your junior did what I told you once. Using force to unify the world, and then bring peace to the world. When I made this suggestion to you, you refuted it without reason, but now that little boy. The ghost actually did the same thing as me. Do you agree? No, that's heartwarming. Finally someone thought of going with him. This is the same pattern. It is also a means of suspending the war. But that's not how true peace comes, kid. Laughter stopped. Uchiha Madara hugged his shoulders again and walked in front of Bajian. Judging from your performance, your strength should be very strong. Well, anyway, it should be a little more powerful than that trash Obito. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. He stretched out his hand, and Bajian's face showed a touch of approval. After all, you are the only one who has ever wanted to be with me. Ephraim didn't even think of the people of Konoha, or even the trash of the Uchiha clan. People to go with. So you deserve my recognition. So, are you interested in ruling the world with me? Cooperate. The people on the field were stunned. That proud Uchiha Madara actually stretched out his hand to a junior. No, no. He is inviting Yi Bajian to join a certain plan. Oops. If these two stand together, I'm afraid it can push the ninja world horizontally. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages and the leader of the small ninja village watched Yi Bajian nervously. The Eye of the Moon Project, also known as Project Infinite Tsukuyomi, became Ten Tails People Jinchuriki Column Force. Finally release Infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon, and let the people of the world fall into the beautiful demonic illusion, so as to achieve a unified and peaceful effect. Holding the hand that Uchiha Madara handed over, Hachiken introduced the process of Infinite Tsukuyomi in front of everyone. It seems that you got a lot of information from that bastard Obito. Madara also retracted her hands and hugged her shoulders again and said calmly. Then what's your answer? Do you want to rule the world with me? What a joke. Master Bajian, don't be deceived. Yeah, what kind of bullshit piece is that? Demonic illusion. Demonic illusion can only bring about annihilation. At the same time, Kagalian from the 5 great ninja villages took the 2 Senju brothers from Impure World Reincarnation and spoke directly. Even the original Hokage Senju Hashirama has come over, always ready to stop the two. Noisy. Buzz. Turning back suddenly, Madara's aura was like a huge wave swept across all directions, instantly shutting down those who were spouting loudly. Do you mind if I clean it up and smash it? Susanoo on his body can be clearly seen, and in the 3-headed 6-armed mode, he seems to think of a fun ninjutsu. Using Susanoo to level the hand seal, the raindrops summoned should be much larger, right? Madara suddenly thought. Might as well call it Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Rinnegan's pupil technique seems to be the first time to use it. It should be magnificent. Who are you smashing? Bajian suddenly opened his mouth, but instead stretched out his hand to Uchiha Madara. By the way, I don't have any interest in what you just said, because Tsukuyomi without 877 is just a game for children to play at home. It can also be called Black Zetsu Saving Mother, and it has nothing to do with peace, okay? Quote. Black Zetsu saves mother. Black Zetsu, who is slowly approaching Nagato's body, shuddered suddenly, sweating from fright. Kagaya of the 8 Swords Spirit Space laughed out loud. Black Zetsu saves his mother is really an image. But Madara obviously didn't understand the meaning of the words. Reincarnation lines appeared in his eyes under the miniature Susanoo. It looks like you are planning to refuse. That's a pity. Madara sighed. It's hard to find a young man who thinks the same way as I used to, but he still seems as pedantic as Hashirama. What makes people puzzled is that this kid clearly refused. Why did he still reach out to him? Forget it, it doesn't matter. It's you, Mr. Madara. A kind smile suddenly appeared on his face. At this moment, Bajian was as gentle as an old father looking at his unfilial son. Join Konoha. After all, the name you engraved on the wall of glory and merit was written by me. What are you doing? People are messy again. Yi Bajian actually invited a madman who wants to destroy the world to join Konoha. What's the situation? Hey kid, you have no right to do that. Senju Tobarama frowned and stopped directly. Huh. Chapter 184 Come. Fight with me. What is he saying? Deathly silence. Even below, the people who organized the Chunin exams stopped their work. It was both loud and full of firmness, and it was undoubtedly what Yi Bajian said. As Konoha's 5th Hokage, declare war on all rebels. This war is the 4th Ninja War. War for peace. 5 Shadow Talks. Reincarnated Army. What is the need? All the people who should be in place are in place. The shadows of the previous generation, the leaders of the major ninja villages, including their elite guards. There is also a behind-the-scenes mastermind hidden in the darkness of the ninja world. Even with Konoha, those old and young men who are watching the back of Yabajian. 8 swords expected to be present, driven by coincidence in Orochimaru, and with the background of Chunin exams. Move all to the scene. But now, Bajian's strength is enough for him to say what he wants to say. This ninja world. In the end, with his strong arrival, he will completely calm down the war and return to the calm that he should have. End troubled times. This is what Yi Bajian once said. There will be death and blood on the road, but when the light comes, all that will be calculated. People are very warm, although it is night. But the one who stands in the sky is the new sun, the only sun that radiates the whole earth. No doubt. Knight 8 Swords. He is the one who brings light to the ninja world. Figure Shuttle. Yi Xiao's team fell behind Bajian in unison. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya, Might Guy. The 5-person team can burst powerful energy. And behind them are the Anbu ninjas of Konoha. The pair in the dark have a pair of fiery eyes. Eyes, looking at everyone in front of you. Minato nodded silently, took off the Hokage cloak and Hokage hat on his body and slowly. Go, actually, as a teacher, I wanted to give you a Hokage hat in a more weight-reducing situation, but now I am with Bajian. It looks like it's time. Putting the cape behind Hachiken, Minato's face was filled with relief. He has grown up. Really grown up. Look at yourself. Although Bajian has never called him that title, he believes that Bajian has acquiesced in his heart. That relationship is the inheritance of the will of fire. But declaring war is just the beginning. When the Konoha side stood on the opposite side of the major shinobi villages in Madara, opponents are already evident. A new way of building peace. Senju Hashirama returned from the shock and spoke slowly. He had a very unreal feeling. For the first time, I really found that Pingping was so close to me. But there is always something wrong with this way of building peace. Violent unification, bringing all forces together. There will indeed be no more conflicting disputes in a short period of time. Konoha talent that suppresses everything slowly withers away. How will it be done then? Brother, this is tyranny, not peace. Senju Tobarama looked solemn. I think Konoha has changed, that kind of unity in the village. Ninjas worship power as if they were brainwashed. Mr. Tobarama. Surprise of Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama. The one who stood up to refute them turned out to be the person they had taught, a seemingly failed fire. Actually, I really want to show you guys how Konoha is now. The change in this village is not what you see it. Especially when the man, when he was negotiating with the village of Kumogakure, made me believe so strongly. He is the inheritor of the will of fire. Sarutobi seemed a little nostalgic, with longing in his eyes. He said that as long as he stood here, Konoha was the #1 ninja village that deserved it. In the past, I thought it was just an exaggerated farce, but to this day, Konoha has mastered all areas except the land of earth, the land of need, and the land of wind. According to what you said, such a world power will come, but what I see is the exact opposite. Villagers, ninjas, fetters. The mutual trust, this leaf has completely changed, in addition to the expansion of the scale, the fair system. Even the sinner, the old man, has room to play. And the establishment of the executive branch made the work of Hokage less tiring, even Konoha with those. The government affairs of the affiliated villages can be effectively completed. This is what peace should be like. This is what peace should be like. Sarutobi was in tears. Now this Konoha is the ideal village. Is that so? Senju Hashirama nodded, lost in thought. He didn't care about Bajian's attitude just now. On the contrary, there was something that made him care a little. Monkey, you just said that he engraved Uchiha Madara. name in that place called Merit Wall. Right. After returning to his senses, Hashirama seemed to think of something and asked. Yes, just like you, the Wall of Merit says that he founded Konoha with you. Sarutobi nodded. Soga. Hashirama was stunned, and then walked carelessly towards the hand seal who was maintaining a small Susanoo and wanted to summon. Front of Madara of the meteorite. Like Madara, he also glanced at each other when passing by Orochimaru, and when Orochimaru wanted to add. He smiled mischievously at him when he was in control. Well, if you think you can control Senju Hashirama with Senju Hashirama's cells, what a mess. Continue to control when you are born, and I will try my best to cooperate with you. Control Senju Hashirama with Senju Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru seems to feel insulted. Or insulting yourself. At this moment, his bowels are all regretful. Of the 3 people summoned by the filth, 2 are not under his control. And let people not mix. Does it need to be slapped like this? Only one Senju Tobirama left, and I don't know if I can deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen if I add myself. It seems that the problem is not the problem of the other party teacher Sarutobi. Has risen to the level of war. With vigilance in his eyes, Orochimaru looked at his former teacher. Madara, stop. Wait a Madara. Hashirama naturally sat on the building protruding from the central tower. Then he reached out to Madara. What are you talking about, Hashirama? Madara looked calm, glanced at her old opponent and turned her attention to Bajian. Kid, you know what? Just now you preemptively said what I had to say. Declare war. Isn't that what I should say? Madara stared at Yabajian. This kid who made him curious everywhere did everything he ever wanted to do. And the peace that seems to be at your fingertips. As long as the counterattack after the declaration of war is suppressed, I am afraid that the world will really be unified. Peace will also come. But that is not permanent peace after all. People will die. After death, the war will still break out. Only infinite Tsukuyomi is the road to peace in the end. Demonic illusion that brings eternal dreams. Wait a minute, Madara. Are you sure you don't want to go with me to see your name engraved on the merit wall in the central square? Senju Hashirama did not give up. I still remember the scene where we imagined peace together in Nanga River. Everything now is for peace. Why do you want to destroy peace? I don't want you to do that. Although we were competing against each other and urinating in the river, you were not as good as me, but I. Their hearts are the same. After a pause, Senju Hashirama sighed with some nostalgia. Give it up, Madara, just like once you put down your hatred and I built Konoha. Generation. I know you have been working for peace, but I choose to entrust the idea of peace to. Everything is so beautiful now, you shouldn't be so cranky. You know the shit. Glancing at Hashirama coldly. It is the kindness of this man that made the great cause he wanted to accomplish not completed, and now stands. The man there became a kid. As a result, he couldn't accept the name on the merit wall. He probably didn't care anymore. Hey, that's Orochimaru over there. Turning her head suddenly, Madara looked hideous. You said you wanted to see my peak combat power just now. As you wish. From Uchiha, the power of God. Chakra erupted violently. The sustained violent force is concentrated on Susanoo Nengping and Susanoo's extended arm. Also started hand seal. The atmosphere suddenly became depressed. People looked at the sky in unison, and an area of the originally clear sky suddenly turned pure black. When the black starts to expand. The originally restless ninja village leaders suddenly froze. Just kidding. How is it possible? Power is not in one dimension at all. Something seems to have slipped. That huge thing suddenly became within reach. From Uchiha Madara, the power of the gods. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. Clean up, I just gave it to you, but I still want to put these miscellaneous things after the final battle with you. Holding her shoulders, Madara glanced at Yabajian defiantly, and then sneered at Orochimaru. This power was not created by you. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. Bajian looked up at the night sky. The light from the waning moon is enough to see what it is. From Rinnegan needs to use Susanoo Noppe hand seal when using it. The destructive power is so powerful that it even kills the caster himself. Hey, what are you doing? Under the calm night, a figure suddenly stood up. Onoki. Die here. No, he never wanted to. It seems that now is not the time to analyze whether to resist the Konoha unification war, but Guanping to forbearance. The future of the world. If they all die here. This world, I am afraid it will really become the demonic illusion hell controlled by infinite Tsukuyomi. Calm down, Tsuchikage. Minato gave Onoki a sunny smile. This is Konoha. No one can destroy this village in front of Bajian, in front of us. Otherwise why would Konoha become the first ninja village? Can no one destroy the village in his presence? Onoki's expression darkened. Once, his village was destroyed by Yi Bajian, but he could do nothing. Is this the gap? Lord Hokage. Wood seems to have made a difficult decision. Those two over there. All want world peace, but obviously Uchiha Madara's path has narrowed. And the old man has an illusion for some reason, that is, even if he is Uchiha Madara, Zipping is not the opponent of Yabajian. So it seems like those of us have a choice but to surrender to Konoha. It was difficult to tell the truth, Onoki's face seemed to be getting older. Then what the old man wants to ask you is, if the old man agrees to surrender, can he not hurt the ninjas of Iwagakure village and the people of the land? If possible, the old man is willing to die. If not, the old man will fight desperately, even if the final result is death. Staring blankly at Tsuchikage in front of him, Minato seemed to know each other for the first time. Is this the will of stone of Iwagakure village? Snapped. With a hand on his shoulder, Minato's smile grew brighter. Tilda, you don't need to die, and no one will die in Iwagakure village. All you have to do is accept Konoha's policy, and I promise as the fourth Hokage that life in Iwagakure will get better and better. Don't underestimate Bajian's mind, he will only be violently crushed when he encounters resistance. Mizukage can prove it like you do. Giving Terumi-me a look, Minato's meaning was obvious. Ah, what Hokage-sama said is indeed true. In fact, only a few dozen people died in the coup in Kurigakure village, and they were all rebels. And if you see the current development of Kurigakure village, I'm afraid you will be surprised. Terumi-me shrugged. I don't see the violence you're talking about. Just follow Konoha. Is that so? Onoki bows his head. Hello, teacher. At this moment, he lazily took out the bench and sat on it, and the 8 swords in the Hokage cape waved to Minato. Can this meteorite be moved away? Throw it over there in the Valley of the End. The art of Hiraishin. Hiraishin. The object is too big and it's a little troublesome. I need to borrow some power from Lord Kyubi, Nine Tails. A flash of gold on his body, Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra mode yellow flash nodded at Bajian. The process of borrowing power was surprisingly smooth. Whoosh. The golden light shot up into the sky, and the next moment the huge meteorite was moved to the distance and slowly fell. Hiraishin. Fiction. Madara looked at the golden light coldly. What if you have another one? Continue to transfer. Madara was stunned by Minato's answer. Oh right. Just as he was about to resume work, Minato patted his stomach in embarrassment. Lord Kyubi, Nine Tails, asked me to tell you. He said that he is very happy to see your shriveled face. Lend him. I have a bit of chakra, better you're throwing a few meteorites. Swish. The figure disappeared again. And Uchiha Madara, the look gradually began to distort. Finally, accompanied by 2 vibrations in the distance. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, known as the power of the gods, has disappeared above his head. In the end, this flying need god technique was created by this old man. In the distance, Senju Tobarama of Tsunere breathed a sigh of relief, and then zipping patted his own with some pride. Chest. Well, he created it, no problem. From Li Jian-sang. And just when people were enjoying the aftermath, Itachi suddenly ran to Bajian with a loud voice. The meteorites are broken into pieces, or the 2 weak meteorites can be directly evaporated. No, Jianzhang, such a weak attack, according to Jianzhang's strength. Why do you have to let Mr. Minato transfer? Yes. Even the other members of the Night Owl team were a little puzzled. It's true, Owl, I don't understand, it's just an attack of this level. Kakashi frowned. Oh, didn't I say before that I proposed a Konoha exclusive attraction in the Valley of the End? But the plan seems to have stalled due to lack of land. After all, there are not many Doden, Earth-style, ninjas in our village. So you look at this meteorite, isn't it just natural soil? Then you let Yamato follow the design. The picture is well built. If the ticket is temporarily set at 100 Konoha coins, I estimate that I can make a lot of money. Hachiken said as a matter of course. The voice just fell. A murderous aura rose to the sky. Madara's eyes are red Yuhi. Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, being transferred is no big deal. But what did these people just say? Open black lens bracket weak attack close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reach fragments of weak meteorites close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket it's just an attack of this magnitude. Close black lens bracket. It's okay to swear, and isn't the statue in the Valley of the End mine? Go to hell. Immediately rushed in front of the 8 swords, Madara's fist had already struck. Little devil. Do you want to dance too? Boom. The power is amazing. Catching Madara's raised head, Bajian stared at Madara's eyes gradually with one hand, the light blue in the pupils. Huan Yu turned slowly and responded with a sentence. This world is too small, barely enough for one person to toss. But obviously, the only person who tossed this world can be me. Snapped. Squeezed Madara's fist with an instant force, and the fist of the dirty earth was directly crushed by the 8 swords. Standing up, the ferocious devil slapped Uchiha Madara's face, causing a burst of madness. Quote. I even want to fucking dance. Quote. Come on, fight with me, please move to related works. Chapter 185 Make sure to fight with all your might. The body of the filthy earth turns into a cow is almost meaningless. Rinnegan stared at the 8 swords, and Uchiha Madara's body slowly recovered. Perhaps the caster himself felt that the addition of Senju Hashirama's cells to the Matsuri of filthy earth would make the summoned person close to their original strength. Moreover, Madara's body has been specially treated, and the combat effectiveness should be stronger than before. But Madara knew in her heart that there was no real flesh and blood touch, and she couldn't even feel the beating of her own heart. No pain either. This kind of battle is simply outrageous. Named Uchiha Madara always enjoys fighting with his body, enjoying the process of fighting. Looking at the man in front of him, he felt a fighting style similar to his own. Enjoy the battle to the fullest and let out the desire of the one in your heart. The body has recovered. With a rare look on Madara's face, she swept away thinking Yi Bajian, the knife slung around her waist. The information given by Obito is not known to be true or false. If it is assumed that the other party does have an attack method against the soul, it is not safe to turn the body of a buffalo into an ox. Fortunately, Black Zetsu has been prepared. Just kill this kid in front of you, then kill Hashirama, and finally catch the animals here in Konoha village. Students, the Eye of the Moon project can also be opened. Slowly raise your hands and place them on your chest. Chakra begins to stretch out. Just as Madara's mouth was about to spurt flames, a figure instantly appeared in front of him. This is not a place where you can do ninjutsu wanton. Pinch Madara's neck, This move majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation was directly strangled in the cradle by the 8 swords. The huge impact trend continued unabated, and the figures of the two quickly slammed into the death forest outside the central tower. Joke. Chunin exam is still underway. If Madara is allowed to wreak havoc here, how will the exam go on? If nothing else, if you can release your full body Susanoo, you can knock down the central tower with just 1 foot. Kick it asshole, complete body Susanoo Nengping, known as a synonym for destruction. Madara once said in the original book that everyone who has seen this trick is already dead. That's right, after all, Senju Hashirama was indeed dead at that time and hadn't been turned by Orochimaru. Hashirama in his eyes, just like Sasuke only has Naruto in his eyes. Recognize the strength of the opponent during the battle, so that you can sit down and talk calmly. The Sengoku period, Senju Hashirama reached out after defeating Uchiha Madara and wanted to be with each other. Founding Konoha, only with equal strength can they be qualified to negotiate with each other. Evasion and preaching have no effect on people like Madara. Even if Naruto comes up with his mouth to escape, it is still not easy to use. As for the reason, because Madara has worked hard for world peace from beginning to end, never from selfish desires. Fa said that in order to achieve his own purpose, he just walked a little way, and it's not his fault. The stone monument of the Uchiha family was left by the 6 Paths Immortal. Being modified by Black Zetsu, this technique of bringing the world into demonic illusion led Madara to go astray. Maybe until Kagaya Fu-Niu was sealed again, Madara didn't know whether the so-called peace existed or not. Does it exist? I have to admit that among the villains in the Hokage world, Madara's personality is really strong. Boom. With great strength, the two fell into the forest of death. The body of the dirty earth was shattered again, and Madara, who was recovering, did not look good. Bajian just calmly patted the dust on his shoulders, thinking about it but not knowing where to find one. Threw the knife to Madara, then lazily took off the small golden cross sword from his neck that Minato had given him, and pointed to the small golden sword, which was his token to Karen. Karen had already recognized Kushina after finding Minato. So it's back in his hands again. Well, you shouldn't be good at using knives. Don't say I bullied you. With a flick of the golden sword, Bajian grinned. In this situation, it looks like Mihawk bullying the ropes. The reckoning is coming. Above the central tower. Minato glanced into the distance, then withdrew his gaze, and nodded to Kakashi next to him. Well, it's time to settle the account. The two turned around and walked straight to Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito is still wearing a mask, but the face has been distorted to a certain extent. Just before Madara left, she called out to him one by one. Waste. Does he talk about himself? The way things have developed to today is beyond my control. Is it his fault? Don't blame him at all. That kid's combat power has soared too fast, he has never seen such a sturdy growth process. Even that person is not a ninja. If I have to describe it, I can compete with the god who has been talking about in the long door. And for some unknown reason, Obito at this moment suddenly looked forward to Yabajian being able to kill Uchiha Madara. At that time, Zipping himself can run to Madara's side openly and tell the other party who is the waste. But before that, some things do need to be dealt with. Up straight, looking at the two people in front of him, Obito's breathing calmed down. A former teacher and a former friend. There is no doubt that they have recognized themselves. They weren't even surprised when Madara called her first name and called Obito. Who told them? Knight 8 Swords. Never mind. Make a break. Obito. Minato's expression is a bit complicated. When he had just learned from Bajian that the Mongolian was Obito, he was a little confused for a while. The student he once trusted tried to kill 3 of his family when Kushina was giving birth. Even summoned Kyuubi, 9 Tails, to destroy Konoha. Once, he wanted to stand in front of Obito and ask him what he was doing. But at this moment, when he really saw him, Minato suddenly realized that he didn't know what to say. What can he say? Blame? No, accuse him of what? Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Rin's death was very exciting for Obito. He chose Rin from the perspective of destroying the world. As a man, this is admirable, but if you choose the wrong path, you must also have the awareness to bear the price. Does Obito have this kind of awareness? Gently tell him the truth of the matter. No, I really think it doesn't matter to Obito anymore. Rin asked Kakashi to kill her himself. Obito is very clear about this. He hated was that Kakashi didn't help Rin, and he really cut Rin's heart with Reikiri. Do not act. But it's not Kakashi's fault at all. Even after that incident, Kakashi woke up countless times from the dark looking at his blood-stained body. No one wants to kill their comrades. Who would have the heart to destroy the fetters cultivated in battles time after time? But unlike Minato, Kakashi still wanted to say something. Obito. Opening his mouth, Kakashi spit out 2 words with difficulty. I don't want to talk to you, Kakashi. The identity has been revealed, so there is no need to continue to wear this mask. Off the mask, Obito's broken face showed his gaze towards Kakashi and Minato. Without any emotion. Obito, don't blame Kakashi for that. Think about what you would do if you were Kakashi. Minato said sadly. Who knows, if I say it, I'll probably let the 3 tails go berserk and attack Konoha. There was a look of cruelty on Obito's face. It's better to take everyone from Konoha to his funeral. He has completely perverted. Obito, why did you become like this? This answer. Minato was completely stunned. This is not the kind child who helped the old grandma cross the street. Namikaze Minato. Interrupting Minato's words, Obito's eyes are cold. You have no right to say such things. There was an accident when Kakashi and I were saving Rin, and you weren't here. Rin was sealed, and you weren't here, Sanway. Even my own disciples stand in front of them, but they don't recognize them. Yellow Flash. What a name. Anger filled his eyes, and Obito pointed his finger at Minato angrily. Obito, you don't blame me for nothing, but the number of times Minato-sensei has rescued you can't be counted on both hands. Coming. Because I was delayed by other tasks, I didn't come to the first time to support the conclusion. It's not appropriate to do this. And, taking a deep breath, Kakashi raised his forehead to reveal the Sharingan. It's not what you think it is. Whether it's you, me, or Rin, it's all about Yuji. Wave Madara uses only the object. Seal the 3 tails in Rin's body, and guide me to kill Rin, so you can see this scene by coincidence. It's all Uchiha Madara's hoax. This. Minato was stunned. Little more than Minato knows. After Kakashi found out that the masked man was Obito, he felt more and more strange. During the Third Ninja War, why did the ninjas of Kurigakure village come to Iwagakure village by coincidence? Field, that Kanabi bridge that goes deep behind enemy lines. The land of earth is far away from the land of water, and in the middle it has to pass through the place where the land of thunder and the land of fire fought. Kurigakure village was still attacking the southern border of the land of fire at that time. How could it be in that position? So when he told Bajian the doubts in his heart, the final truth had already been revealed. They are all used pawns. Madara wants to use this method to make Obito despair of the world and let the light in his heart shine through. Bottom goes out. Very cruel method, but it works really well. Obito is desperate. Evolved directly from Leonguti into Mangekyo. When he first heard Kakashi's words, Obito was stunned. But after a long time, he calmed down again. Sarah, who knows? Both hands hand seal. Intense flames burst out. Kaden, fire style, pick up the pants and mess up. Just because of Kakashi's words that everything is Madara's fault. Maybe there are doubts. But now his heart is in a mess, and he just wants to have a good fight. Then go ask Madara if it is what Kakashi said. What do you mean to Madara? It's just a fight. A burst of wind and dance has already represented his meaning. Can't make sense. Kakashi sighed and looked at Minato, who nodded at him. In the end, the former companions could not avoid the fate of swords facing each other. Suddenly there was a violent chakra fluctuation from the forest of death. A blue light shot into the sky. The unstable chakra is condensing something in the air. Susanoo. Hokage Senju Hashirama next to him stepped forward with a dignified expression, intending to go over to take a look. With Uchiha Madara several times, he knows what moves the man is going to use now. A full-body Susanoo has no other way to resist than Mokudan wood style. While walking, Senju Hashirama said. But his progress was stopped by a woman. Own granddaughter, Tsunade. Susanoo can't live apart from Mokudan wood style. That was the old days, grandfather, here you can always trust Konoha Kenpachi. Tsunade said confidently, and grandfather, this is the fight of that kid, you better not go. If you have this skill, let me take you to Konoha village to see it. After several decades, you probably won't feel that the reform of the 8 swords is wrong if you take a look at the current Konoha. Also, if it were you, you would definitely like the casino on the entertainment street. That is the complete Susanoo Nengping. The first generation was stunned, can that little guy really stop it? He was still a little worried. Complete body is indeed very strong, but I can guarantee that I also have Susanoo ability, that thing just looks bluffing in front of Jianzhang. Itachi walked over and said with great certainty, Shodai first Sama. I also think it's better not to disturb Jianzhang. After all, even if you get involved in his battle, you will die. Take advantage of the resurrection and see more of Konoha village. This sounds a bit offensive. The first generation smiled bitterly. I'm really sorry, I really don't have the idea of visiting Konoha at this time as a filmmaker. Even if I don't participate, can I go and watch it in case something happens? A complete Susanoo. In the forest, Bajian still pointed at Madara with a knife. But the man in front kicked aside the long sword that Bajian gave him. The blue light on his body looked extremely terrifying. Be terrified, tremble under this full-body Susanoo. Done. The huge chakra is slowly shaped on the body of Uchiha Madara, the armor, the lightsaber, the wings behind him. Inside the diamond-shaped lone on the Tengu-like head, Madara laughed wildly. Finally made a fist, that highly exaggerated Susanoo can be completely formed. A synonym for destruction. Anyone who has seen this trick is dead. Madara showed her attitude when facing Yabajian. Don't say I bully people. Holding his shoulders, Susanoo can slowly touch the chakra lightsaber around his waist. After all, you just said that I'm not good at swordsmanship. Biased head. Proud like Madara, how could he choose to take the weapon that others gave him? Give back what that kid just said. With this complete body Susanoo. Susanoo's body is huge, but the speed is not slow. When the chakra lightsaber smashed into the 8 swords with a breathtaking light. The Night Owl team, Tsunade, and Senju Hashirama who were running from a distance looked at this in horror. Screen. Is this the perfect body? Itachi swallowed, and he seemed to realize that he should take back his previous words. Whole body and mature body. The difference is not a star and a half. Boom. Mother Earth gasped unwillingly. The entire forest of the dead began to shake violently. Cracked, broken. Personal strength is enough to rewrite the entire map. The smoke is scattered in all directions. Finally, when the chakra lightsaber appeared in front of them again, the people of Night Owl's squad breathed a sigh of relief. The man is still standing there. And even more exaggerated. He just held the golden cross sword in one hand in the air, and his body did not tremble at all. Block the chakra lightsaber, huh? He spit out the turbid breath, and grabbed the wine gourd with his empty hand and poured it violently. Trying to push back with one hand. Chakra lightsaber and Susanoo were evenly beaten by a few steps back. Please. Fight with all your might. At least let me draw the real knife, because I don't want to end this fight with this weapon. The pupils contracted, and the demon and the wildness were finally awakened under the complete body Susanoo Nengping. The fighting spirit of that terrifying man. Finally going out. 2. Chapter 186. It should be shocking enough to capture Uchiha Madara alive, right? Complete body Susanoo can flat attack was blocked. Not only blocked, but also pushed the entire Susanoo back flat. What a power this is. Looking at this scene, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was shocked and didn't know what to say. The person who knows you best is your opponent. From the Sengoku period to the establishment of Konoha, Senju Hashirama has played against Uchiha Madara countless times. He is very clear about the strength of the opponent. Especially after Madara got the eyes of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna, his strength skyrocketed again, and the complete body Susanoo in front of him was even more outrageous. But apparently, Senju Hashirama is equally confident in his own strength. Sage Mode. Mokuden, Wood Style. Fairy Body. Comparable to the chakra of Kyubi, 9 Tails. These are the things he can rely on to fight against the complete Susanoo Nope. Rao is now, he still remembers the battle in the Valley of the End. A battle that directly changes the terrain. Madara takes control of Kyubi, 9 Tails, uses the power suit Susanoo Nengping, and he uses Shinsasenju of Sage Mode to fight fiercely with the opponent. In the end he won. But the winner always feels that there is some unreal illusion. Now Hashirama can see that the outcome of that battle seems to be within Madara's premeditated plan. And obviously, the so-called death is not the real death. Just like the reincarnation pattern in his eyes at the moment. Madara got something in that fight. At this moment, he didn't know if he could still suppress Madara, but he always felt that only he could stop Madara. But at this juncture, another person appeared. He also suppressed Madara, the full-body Susanoo. Why? With a small sword in hand. How did he do that? Senju Hashirama fell into contemplation. That man seems to have mastered power beyond chakra. What a terrible power. Madara in Susanoo's eyes was full of surprise. The sword-drawn slash, which represented destruction, did not split the man in half. What's even more bizarre is that even the land under the man's feet was intact, and the only damage was the forest around him. What is the principle? Dongyu just checked that the 913-carat lightsaber was pushed back, and the power on it could be pushed back. It seems. He still underestimated this kid. Stabilize the body, draw out 2 chakra lightsabers with both hands at the same time, and stretch out the arms from the wings behind to turn into chakra swords. 4 chakra lightsabers held in hand at the same time. In an instant, this came from the powerful destruction machine station of the Uchiha family. A fight. It's a feeling I've never had other than fighting Hashirama. Madara, who was standing in the Susanoo Nengping Diamond Square, also became excited. Enjoy a good fight. The only regret is that the body of the filth is used. However, kid. The 4 lightsabers pointed at the figure that flew into the air. In return for pleasing me, I will remember your name. Boom. The real battle begins. The huge Susanoo can swing his lightsaber horizontally, but he has no intention of evading when he catches the figure in the air. Every time he attacks, he chooses to use the knife in his hand to block it. The hum of a chakra lightsaber versus a knife, from the forest of the dead all the way to Konoha. The central tower in the distance has been trembling. It can be expected that if the distance is getting closer, I am afraid this place has already begun to collapse. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? Susanoo Nope, legendary power. Too exaggerated. Quote. But compared to that Susanoo Nengping, the real fear is probably Lord Hachiken. It's too powerful, it's not a dimensional strength at all. The huge Susanoo is naturally clearly seen by the ninjas and the villagers. It was the first time they saw a battle scene of this level, and they even felt that compared to each other, they were not ninjas at all. Too strong. Whether it's Konoha Kenpachi, or Uchiha Madara. They left enough shock in their hearts. Compared with these two people, both Obito in the 4th generation and Kakashi in the fight above the central tower, and Orochimaru and the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the confrontation are all bleak. Chunin exams that are still going on below. At the moment, Sakura and Ino were standing on the field and looked a little confused. Are they really fighting? If it is considered a battle, how can the confrontation between the two people in the distance be explained? The power of God. Ino put his hands on his chest and looked around, suddenly smiling at Sakura. You have won this battle. I have gained enough from this Chunin exam. Pointing to his lips. Ino tilted his head and chose to abstain from Sakura's suspicious gaze. What's going on? Sakura's face is confused. What is Ino's harvest? Quote. Happy. Ha ha ha. Happy. This is the fight. I haven't felt the blood boil in years. Such a powerful chakra, the strength of a chakra knife. As if in madness. Susanoo's weapon back again and again in the air suddenly roared. This kind of swordsmanship, although I still can't get my Yebijian's approval. But there is no one who has fought against me above you. Ai Bajian, I would like to call you the strongest. This kid. Madara's hands on her shoulders suddenly dropped, and she clenched her own fists. This kind of thing was actually said by a kid. The words he just remembered just now were preemptively said again. Who do you think you are? It worth talking about me, Uchiha Madara. I Madara. Madara angrily raised her forearms at the same time and dropped them heavily. This is the heaviest knife Susanoo can take. Susanoo can. Dance of the 4 swords. Boom, hum. The fierce attack of 4 chakra knives aimed at one point is not as rewritten as the difficulty of the tailed beast. The map range is huge, but it is more powerful for single target attacks. Chakra outbreak. Susanoo Nope also began to shake from a distance, and the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. For 3 full seconds, the spatial shock swept away in all directions. The entire forest of death fell into true silence. Annihilation. Wither. The trees were visibly disintegrated into a vacuum by the shock. The central tower was immediately surrounded by countless ninjas from Anbu, a circular enchantment. Then rise. This is the Anbu United Enchantment. Rao is so, the shock also obviously made the central tower shake. Fortunately, with the efforts of Anbu Ninja, the shock passed. Can look around. The forest of death has turned to smoke. The ability to rewrite the map. Super combat power that Cage level does not have. This, for the Super Cage level do. One person can rewrite the battle situation. This is the best adjective for the combat power of Super Shadow. A long time. The smoke dissipated. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo Nope still stands proudly in the sky, holding 4 swords in hand and smashing into the air. Posture. People's eyes widened nervously, and the investigator who owned Byakugan was taken aback. The 5 generations of Hokage-sama are still here. Cheers came. People breathed a sigh of relief. Only Rasa and I looked lonely. Is that really the case? Even Uchiha Madara is no match for that kid. Ariel. The opposing sides fell silent. Uchiha Madara's face was a little stiff, and the man in front of him didn't move. The 4 chakra lightsabers were jumped together by him, and then he naturally caught his 4 with one hand. Dance of knives. Catch. And pay no price. Do not. There are also costs. Click. A clear cracking sound entered the ears of Uchiha Madara and Yabajian. Resisted Susanoo's flat lightsaber slowly broke in the middle. After all, it's just ordinary things. The man in front of him sighed slightly, caught the small sword and stroked it. You've grown up, Mr. Madara. But don't be complacent about breaking the sword. Please keep your humility because. Put away the small sword. Bajian suddenly raised his head. The fighting intent in his eyes made Uchiha Madara instinctively want to avoid. This sounded extremely harsh. Break a sword. I am Uchiha Madara. The 4 chakra lightsabers pressed down, and Madara, who could no longer remain calm, wanted to kill for the first time. Personal. A person who rejected his ideas. The power surpasses even his people. Why don't you hear me finish? 8 Swords sighed slightly. Because, you gave me a reason to draw my sword. Swish. Zanpakuto falls into the hands. Completely different from the previous play. This time, his eyes have changed dramatically. As Itachi said, when holding a knife, he will transform into a beast. A knife. Just a knife. The 4 chakra lightsabers that Susanoo was holding broke instantly. How can it be? Staring at the broken lightsaber, Madara opened her mouth to say something. Does this stop? What was the fight just now? You shouldn't be good at swordsmanship, don't say I bullied you. I suddenly remembered what the man said just now. That's not coercion. The battle continues. Having already drawn the sword, the 8 swords after completely entering the state seems to have changed individuals. After smashing the chakra lightsaber, his body suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Susanoo's head. Madara's response was not slow, and she blocked the broken chakra knife on top of her head at the moment when Bajian rushed over, but when she was just fighting with the opponent, Bajian had already thoroughly understood Susanoo's defense process. Although the complete body looks a lot more domineering than the mature bodies of Itachi and Shisui, the substantial defense is still vulnerable in front of his sword. Of course, this is most likely because the smashing effect of Bajian's third flat slashing feature is too overbearing. Cause this. Brush twice. Susanoo's 2 arms snapped instantly. It was too late to replenish chakra, and the figure of Bajian was already close. No solution anymore. Reach out. A round fan with a sickle appeared in his hand with 8 swords. Abandoned Susanoo. Madara rammed Susanoo-nope's swordsmanship straight into her own swordsmanship that had nothing to do with it. Shinchi and Uchiha's fans shone with a different kind of fire. The eastern sky is already bright, and the 2 figures are constantly intertwined. Just that the hardness of Uchiha's fan is indeed beyond the expectations of the 8 swords. Lord Kun, this fan has the aura of the divine tree. Seeing the doubts of the 8 swords, Kagaya in the mental space said. God tree. 8 swords suddenly. It seems that this thing was indeed forged from a part of the divine tree. In that case. Blue light flashed in his eyes, like a vast universe of Tensagen slowly appearing in his pupils. Clang. After colliding with the fan again, Bajian pointed his eyes at Madara, who was close at hand. You know what? What do you know? Madara watched Bajian's eyes warily. Eyes beyond cognition. Even the pressure from the inside can be reminiscent of Rinnegan. There is no doubt that there is something wrong with the other person's eyes. Actually, it doesn't take so much effort. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, appeared behind him. A special chakra pattern begins to form. Blink of an eye chakra mode. Unlike Otsutsuki's forgiveness, the Tensagen chakra pattern of 8 swords is pure blue. I'm just afraid that the power of the runaway is too strong, and it will kill you completely in one fell swoop. With a slight sigh, the strange lines extend from the arm to the body of the knife. Baijing captured Uchiha Madara alive, it would be amazing to say it. God cry. The hand holding the knife suddenly exerted force, and the chain collided with a humming sound. Time seemed to stand eerily still. Everything in the space is like being held by 8 swords. Absolute control. Swish. A knife from close range. An unpretentious knife. It is also the most trusted flat cut of the 8 swords. The momentary stagnation resumed. Madara was shocked to find that the Uchiha fan in his hand was broken into pieces. And that man, already standing behind him, put the knife back into its sheath and picked up the wine gourd. Swish swish. Suddenly, 4 sword lights flashed. The seemingly delayed attack slid across Madara's limbs, and in an instant, he lost control of his hands and feet. The 4 seekers turned into gangsters and were inserted directly into the joints. What kind of knives is this? It seems to have lost the ability to resist. Madara looked back at the man stiffly. Knife technique never heard of. It's almost time. His ability. Withdrawing the knife, Bajian glanced at the central tower in the distance and walked to Madara step by step. It's still the same posture as when it came. Squeeze Madara's neck and grab him into the air. I'll talk to you later, and now, I'm going to confirm one thing. Whoosh. The figure flew into the sky. Hokage in the distance below, and the Konoha ninjas who are together to prevent accidents are completely sluggish. Look around here. A 2-man battle that truly rewrites the map. What a power this is. Hashirama sighed with a wry smile. Xiaogang, I think I should listen to you. It's really better to go to Konoha village to see the changes in the village than this. How do you say it, some hit people? After a pause, he looked at Tsunade, and the first generation touched his chin again. It's just Xiaozuna, you are the only one left in the Senju clan. What's next? After. Tsunade flipped through Byakugan, and suddenly approached his grandfather and said something. His face turned slightly yuhi. Quote. Huh. The first generation looked at his granddaughter in disbelief. Well, as long as you're happy. The scene is a bit chaotic. Carrying Madara to the central square, Bajian looked a little confused. Obito is backing away from being beaten by Minato and Kakashi. And the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is playing tug-of-war with Orochimaru. The so-called tug-of-war game is nothing but ghouls. After all, he is old, and it is not so easy to pull out the soul of Orochimaru and seal it. Shaking his head, too lazy to care about the battle situation, the 8 swords fell into the field, and used his Zanpakuto to aim at those watching Jinjin. Tasty shadows and village leaders. Everyone. In the battle of unification just mentioned, zipping, you haven't given me the answer yet. Snapped. Throwing Madara to the ground 3.9, but struggling with all his strength, he looked at a spot and nodded. Ninjas have finally returned to God. Fight. Looks like it's over. No, no. The terrified ninjas looked at the murderous Yabajian and didn't know what to say. And the accident in the distance also attracted everyone's attention. Between, the god of death who was tug-of-war with Orochimaru suddenly glanced at Bajian, and then followed. The father who disappeared in an instant like a ghost is the real god of death. The last clone has been completely killed. He's not so stupid to stay here. This is a small episode, but Orochimaru and the 3 generations are a bit confused. One has been prepared to be generous to die, the other to fight this pull. But it doesn't make any sense now. But the real change didn't come from there. It was a half-dead roar from a distance. Looking closely, Nagato, who had been paralyzed by 8 swords earlier, turned black. Black Zetsu. 8 swords suddenly realized. Outlaws. The art of revolving heaven. Green light falls on Madara's body. Fresh body, new vigor, heart beating. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, stuck in her body. Madara suddenly got up with a smile, took it and got out of the ground. Came from Black Zetsu, put it on. Although the order is wrong. But this resurrection is completely under the control of my Uchiha Madara. Wheel. Snapped. Clap clap. Unfortunately, the voice just fell. The man slapped him back to the ground. Even with the shadow of Limbo Border Jail slashed and smashed. He is the god of death. Those phantoms of Border Jail are better to say that they are split soul bodies, even if he can perceive without Rinnegan, not to mention that he has Tenseigan who is at the same level as Rinnegan to re-subdue Uchiha Madara, and Bajian impatiently pointed Zanpakuto at the shadows of the major ninja villages. I'll ask you one last time. Choose to surrender, or die. Chapter 187 Psychic, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The wheel is ineffective against this man. The unique move of looking back was solved in an instant. Using Luan to split his own shadow, he is confident that apart from Rinnegan, he will not notice the talent. But still failed. The only possibility is that the opponent's eye level is the same as that of Rinnegan. What happened to this resurrection? I have seen too many things beyond my control, and the person in front of him is obviously different from all the fighting forces in the ninja world he knows. Why? A flawless plan will fail utterly. Why exactly? Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is no longer necessary to summon. Because in front of this man, he couldn't go down to capture the tailed beast. The last hole card was invalid, and he could only consider other options. Evacuate. Why did I have this idea? That's a thought only for the weak. Why would I have the thought of evacuation? I am Uchiha Madara. Madara on the ground struggled to get up, her new body just getting used to. But the man flicked his arm without looking back, and stabbed the knife in front of him. There seemed to be countless dead souls that were biting his body. What kind of knife is this? Madara-sama, we can only retreat temporarily. The current situation has become completely clear. Just by looking at the expressions of the leaders of the shinobi village, you can tell that the era of Konoha's unification is coming. Madara has been resurrected and Rinnegan has returned. Their plan did not fail completely. Temporarily retreating and waiting for an opportunity is the most correct choice. Is it only to this extent? Madara frowned. Naturally he didn't want to retreat. That's the pride of the strong. Especially seeing that man's full of pointers, Zhongshan is trying the way he wanted to do before. Unite. It doesn't feel good. If you stand there, the person wearing the Hokage cape is yourself. Madara's eyes gradually became confused. He shook his head suddenly, and the distracting thoughts disappeared in an instant. He lowered his head and looked at Black Zetsu. Your own consciousness is the only thing you can rely on. But Black Zetsu was advising him to retreat. Oh 4. Has my consciousness acquiesced that there is nothing I can do now? Lord Madara, the temporary evacuation is not for fear of him. Black Zetsu, who knew Uchiha Madara very well, spoke quickly. As you know, Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is so empty that it's impossible to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Although Yi Bajian is very strong, he is still immortal and is trying to meet him in a mortal way. Peace, in the end he will still fail. After a pause, Black Zetsu continued to persuade. Since you are immortal, you will die. And you have wheel eye protection, you can't be resurrected once, you can do it the second time. And even if he were alive we wouldn't be able to do anything. The third time, no matter how strong he is, there is only one person. You don't have to worry about the rest of Konoha. He can protect you. This is the only village left. Choose the right time to destroy the other shinobi villages one by one. That's our chance. After speaking in one breath, Black Zetsu said all the countermeasures he could think of. As 1,000 years old, his life tends to be infinite. Come on, take your filial son Black Zetsu and wait 1,000 years to save his mother. Is conscious. Madara has failed, and there are still many Indras waiting for him. And Madara doesn't necessarily end up failing. As long as the 8 swords stay up all night, the world will still be shrouded in infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, he is surprisingly consistent with the previous Reikage mentality. We can't beat you. But you can't live forever. Wait till you die. This ninja world is still torn apart after all. The bet is who will live longer. Done. Now just convince Madara not to be too hard on her, and the rest will be easy. My consciousness is telling me to retreat. But what he said seemed to make sense. Madara, who finally did it, lowered her head, the confusion in her eyes turned into firmness. He hasn't failed yet. Old. Absolute control. Seal. But just as he was about to turn around and leave as Black Zetsu said, a low drink came instantly. Who was inserted in front of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, suddenly gave off a strange wave. Time is still, Madara and Black Zetsu's bodies begin to freeze. Still. Tenseigen's ability, a new method extended by combining with the ability of Zanpakuto Shikai. The greater the gap in strength, the longer the time to be controlled. Madara owns Rinnegan, and it's not long or short enough for Bajian to have a good talk with him after he has dealt with the problems of the 5 great ninja villages. I told you just now, I'll talk more later. Walking in front of Madara, Hachiken patted his face, glanced at Black Zetsu again, and turned around again. Just what ability? Consciousness is still there. But the body can't move. Can't mobilize chakra. Surpass Rinnegan. At this moment, Madara finally agrees with Bajian's eyes. Let's get down to business. Come back to the shadows. What's the answer? The shadows and the leader of the small and medium-sized ninja village looked at each other and remained silent in the end. The answer is already obvious. And this man's purpose of throwing Uchiha Madara alive in front of him has also been achieved. It just needs someone to stand up now. The most important thing is that these ninja villages are already under the control of Konoha. Just brought things to the light, and finally forced the village of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. These they understand. So now is not the time for them to speak. 5 generations of Hokage. Silent for a while. The one who finally stood up was Onoki. He has seen it. If you don't give Yi Bajian an answer today, they will all die here. The murderous aura emanating from that man could already be clearly felt. He has no patience to continue playing. On the other hand, Dai shook his head and sighed. Resistance seems pointless. Whether he wanted to rely on the 8 swords of the dead knight before he came, or the conspiracy with several other shadows after he came to Konoha, it was meaningless at this moment. By killing each other, people don't have that patience anymore. He is more decisive than Uchiha Madara. Turn the Chunin exam into an alternative 5 shadow talk. But this time the 5 shadow talks, the first Hokage who chose to bow his head has no right to express his position, and it has become a personal show of the 5th generation Hokage Yi Bajian. As for whether the plan to wait and see Orochimaru works, and then take the opportunity to attack. This answer is not very obvious. Zebo Madara has been beaten and can't move. They have no choice. 5 generations of Hokage. Looking at Joe, Onoki shouted again. Iwagakure village, agree to submit to Konoha. I declare my unconditional surrender as the 3rd generation Tsuchikage. Added a few more wrinkles to his face. It is difficult to express the inner thoughts. Onoki is already pale. Surrender. The old stubborn surrendered. Raikage looked at Rasa with a wry smile. Sure enough, there was no choice. There is only one way ahead. Submit to Konoha. The village of Kumogakure surrenders unconditionally. Down on the ground in a decadent manner, as a shadow, like Onoki, the Tsuchikage, it became extremely difficult to speak out. Sunagakure village is the same. Rasa is simply nothing else. Or a thought during the 3rd Ninja World War. Relative to the country of thunder and the country of earth. The loss of the land of wind is the lowest, and if there is only one rebel left in Sunagakure village, the result can be imagined. He's not that stupid. Surrender. Unconditional surrender. Compared to them, Terumi Mei is the most generous one. He walked straight to Yi Bajian and knelt down on one knee. At this moment, this subordinate's manners towards his boss was the attitude expressed by Kurigakure village. And her behavior is also passed around like a signal. Onoki let go of his last dignity with a long sigh and got down on one knee. Immediately after, Need Shadow, Cage. After that, it was the leaders of the ninja village who were watching the play not far away. The light of the east is officially coming. The sun of Shinyu overlooks the earth with warmth. And the scene of the central tower was officially imprinted in everyone's mind. The leaders kneeling on one knee in unison and the man standing proudly at the front are the best signal to end the troubled times. The ninjas below the central tower also slowly bent down, expressing their respect for the man. No need to say anything, just calm down. That man is shining bright at the moment. Do you still want to fight? Not far away, Kakashi and Minato tightly grabbed Obito's hand. And this time, Obito's eyes have been focused on the man, and Kamui has not been activated. He didn't respond to Kakashi and Minato. Mangekyo Sharingan is full of confusion. Why? Why did he keep imagining that it was him who was standing there at the moment? There were even some who couldn't control their legs and wanted to pay homage to that figure. This world. Does he really want to destroy? It seems that from beginning to end, he just wants to gain recognition, right? Head down. Obito didn't know what to think. Such a pity. And that person in the distance is not Uzumaki Naruto, but Yabajian. That person would never whitewash him. And he doesn't need to whitewash anything. He is Obito. Dare to fight the world for one person. His head to look at Madara in the distance, that was the last strong point in Obito's heart. If what Kakashi said before is true, then in Madara's eyes, what exactly is he? Kakashi's words again and again. That's why he's confused. On the other side, the confrontation between Orochimaru and the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is also over. Sarutobi, with the grass pheasant sword stuck in his body, sighed, silently took out the big tobacco pouch, took a sip, and spit it out. Smoke looked towards Orochimaru. This is his once considered excellent disciple. Like him, Orochimaru was exhausted at this time, but the second-generation Hokage Kai was next to him. Hand Tobirama maintained a fighting stance only now. Orochimaru has not been to control him. His eyes flickered and he remained silent. Zipping also didn't want to break the warm atmosphere in the sun because of her movements. What's the point of fighting? Feel. A long time. The man moved. Raise your arms high to face the sun. His smile was imprinted in everyone's mind. I announced as the fifth-generation Hokage. From today onwards, there is no intrigue in this world, no intrigue, and no perpetual death. The war in the ninja world is over. War is over. After a brief silence, cheers resounded through the sky. Many excited ninjas shed tears. Peaceful. No matter how long it lasts. But now that's all they want to see. Not much bloodshed, not much dispute. Ended the battle in this world in a rude and clumsy way. The next thing to see is how he can change the pattern of hatred between them. But now, they just want to cheer and celebrate. No matter which side you belong to, whether or not there was a huge amount of hatred before, they can high-five and shout peace at the person next to you. An ideal world. Jiraiya in the distance gave a thumbs up. The worthy son of prophecy. It's him. The Night Owl team expressed their sincere respect. Jien sang. Itachi bowed respectfully to the figure of 8 swords. He made it. 847 and turned himself into his shadow. Also proud. This journey is not easy, and without determination and patience, it is impossible to get to this point. Uchiha Itachi is the witness of everything. Witness the change of Jianzhang's mentality, the growth of strength, and the implementation of one strong measure after another. He saw too much, more intuitive than anyone else. Perhaps Jianzhang once said that standing at the peak, accompanied by someone behind him, is probably the feeling. Hokage, who rushed over in a hurry, had a look of relief in his eyes. It turned out that once peace was separated from him by a wall. But he didn't have the courage to break down that wall. And now, that man did what he didn't do. Konoha's 5th-generation Hokage. The rest is up to you, teacher. To the surrendering leaders, Yasuo turned and walked towards Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Grab one in one hand. The man seemed to remember something and looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, who were stunned. Come over here too. All the way, came to the Hokage rock in Konoha. Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama didn't say anything along the way. Apart from the first generation, the second generation's opinions on Yi Bajian have vanished. Such a person is indeed as the monkey said. A single Hokage power on his transcript simply can't match it. The credit beyond the Hokage of the past dynasties. Hokage Rock, where dreams begin. Hashirama stood on it with open arms, and Tobarama stood beside him. Solution. A seal with one hand, the 8 swords lifted the blockade of Madara and Black Zetsu. And for the first time, Black Zetsu had already thought of escaping. Unfortunately, while he was moving, the Black Zanpakuto was already on his neck. Black Zetsu didn't doubt that the thing had the power to kill him. Because that's crap. Little devil. With Kiba, Black Zetsu tried his best to look fierce, but with his face it was true. Somewhat ridiculous. I suggest you change your name. Hachiken gave Black Zetsu a friendly smile. For example, you can call my lord my father. Father. Several people present were stunned. Madara, who was not planning to escape, was stunned. Black Zetsu is his consciousness. Then if you call Yi Bajian his father. Aren't you? Frowning, Madara stroked her belly. Don't think about it, folks. What you said next is beyond your imagination. He tilted his head. Hachiken retracted the knife on Black Zetsu's neck, and then both hands swiftly hand-seal slapped towards him. Ground. The art of psychic. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ah, because of the cooling down, the little author unfortunately caught a cold again. I can't code words in a dizzy state, so I'll do it today. In addition. Well, please take a look at the works related to the big people. Chapter 188 Madara, the name of Konoha is still yours. Boom. White smoke spread. Said to be psychic. Released Kagaya, who was attached to the spiritual space. When the white smoke completely dissipated, the person in front of him officially appeared. Ancient Zhelengwan, graceful temperament. Just standing there is like a god looking down on all living beings. This is the unique aura belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, and the goddess of Mao. Graceful. Indifferent. Calmly. This is all she shows in front of outsiders. As for that dependence and love, it will only be revealed when facing the 8 swords. Her tenderness and weakness are destined to be endured by the 8 swords. When Kagaya appeared, everyone fell silent. Just glanced at each other and then retracted their gazes, that high above even made it impossible for them to meet Kagaya's eyes. People who are not at the same level are destined to be unable to identify with each other. Come out again. Kagaya looked around and finally settled on Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. At this moment, he was stunned. It's utterly dumbfounded. Thought that Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan was hopeless, and he was ready to wait for the millennium opportunity to release his mother. But the person in front of him is undoubtedly his mother. What happened? What happened? Correct. That kid said he split the moon. Is it? It doesn't matter. Fucking Infinite Tsukuyomi, Mother Sama has been resurrected. Excited Black Zetsu wanted to say something. But Kagaya's eyes have shifted, and finally fell on the 8 swords that summoned her, and then walked to the man step by step and leaned in his arms. This. Black Zetsu swallowed hard and moved closer to the two of them. Is he really his own father? Come on, call me Papa. The calm Bajian scolded Black Zetsu's greasy face. The answer is already obvious. Does Infinite Tsukuyomi even make sense? Kagaya has appeared, signaling the end of Black Zetsu's story of saving the mother. His mouth, Black Zetsu looked at his mother awkwardly. He is the concubine's husband Kun. Kagaya said lightly. Talking to your own consciousness always feels a little awkward. But the separated consciousness is equivalent to a new existence, and she could see that Mrs. Fukun did not want Black Zetsu's consciousness to return to her. Maybe something that was created by hand was a little ugly. My lord father. There is nothing wrong with the breath. In addition to being weaker, the person in front of him is his mother. And Yi Bajian's identity has also been confirmed. Who can be called Hukun by the mother is naturally his father. The front heavy can be put down. Although Black Zetsu didn't know why it became like this, the ending was good for him. Kneeling respectfully in front of Bajian, Black Zetsu thought of a submissive child at this moment. It's been hard work for you all these years. Patting Black Zetsu's head, Hachikan smiled, leave it to me next. In the previous life, Bajian had heard such a sentence. There are no real villains and villains in the world of Hokage. It seems that everyone can wash their whites in the end and become a good person. It's like putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. But Bajian felt that this sentence was not right. The antagonist is the antagonist. He can't be recognized just because his purpose is good. For example, Naruto can just because pain is Jiraiya's disciple can forgive him for killing his 2 teachers and so many people in the whole village. You can also agree with Obito's existence and practice because Obito once wanted to become Hokage, and choose to forgive him. This blind recognition is also wrong. In fact, the villains of this world need not be whitewashed. They exist because of their dreams. If you think about things from their point of view, then everything will be very clear. This is the characteristic and memorable characteristic of those living lives in the Hokage world. Therefore, even when these people are watching anime, they can still show that he is a real person in the depths of this land, and the feeling of Bajian is even more obvious. Illusion. Very simple example. From Black Zetsu's point of view, is there anything wrong with his approach? In order to save his mother, he would rather plan to use others for thousands of years. This approach is admirable, but he cannot agree with the other party's approach just because he wants to save his mother. Another example is Uchiha Madara. From beginning to end, he is for world peace. In order to achieve this goal, he can even put aside the hatred of his brother being killed by Senju Tobirama and establish Konoha together. It's just the ending. Still don't trust. Back his thoughts, Bajian strode towards Uchiha Madara. There are a lot of questions in my mind. Sitting down beside Madara, he hooked his fingers at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. This is the Hokage Rock. With the advantage of the terrain, you can sit here and see most of the scenery of Konoha. If you used to be able to see all the scenery of Konoha. The current Konoha has been expanded a few times, there is no way to see the whole picture unless Byakugan is opened. Who is she? Pointing to the quiet standing Kagaya in the distance. Madara had a very ominous premonition when this woman appeared. Black Zetsu, who was clearly created by himself, actually called that woman his mother and Ibajian his father. His ominous premonition was even stronger. Let's talk about something else before we talk to her. Eight Swords shook his head. If the truth about infinite Tsukuyomi is known to Madara, I am afraid it will not be a blow. So before that, he had something to ask Madara about. Reaching out his hand, the weak gravitational force aimed at the big tree next to him, and a leaf slowly fell into the hands of Bajian. This situation is somewhat familiar. Next to Senju Hashirama seems to fall into memory. That was when Konoha was created. In the beginning the village had no name. Holding the leaf in his hand, the 8 swords flicked lightly, making a hole in the middle of the leaf. Looking through the hole, the sight of the village is reassuring. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama decided what the village chief should be called. It's called Hokage. With one hand on Madara's shoulder, Hachikan handed the leaf to him. And in the end, the name of the village. It's you who got up. Konoha Village. The name of Konoha Village is from Uchiha Madara. Yes. Maybe few people know about it. But it really does exist. Decades ago, the two of them stood tall and watched the village that was just beginning to be built. Madara mocked Hashirama Hokage's bad name. And Hashirama thinks the name Konoha village is too mundane. Besides laughing, this first ninja village was established. At that time, Hashirama also told Madara that Madara would be responsible for the first Hokage in the village, and Madara's face would be carved on the Hokage rock. Decades have gone by in a flash, Madara. With a sigh, Hashirama also sat on the ground with some aftertaste. Konoha has changed so much. Big enough to stand in the same position, barely recognizing this village. Think about it, if you were Hokage, it would have been a different scene. Hashirama said with emotion. Hokage. Madara's eyes were as cold as ever. There are some things he doesn't want to say, but that doesn't mean he can forget them. Hachika next to him shrugged his shoulders. Senju Hashirama's reaction is still so slow. Hokage. This is the beginning of Madara's blackening, and the intention to turn on infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything is because of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's quarrel in the room. At that time, Hashirama had planned to let Madara come to Hokage, but Senju Tobirama strongly opposed and did not believe, and directly said that the emotionality of that family would lead the village to its demise. So distrustful. How can this village survive? Not being a Hokage means that you can't protect your own clan too much. So Madara intends to lead the Uchiha family to become independent. Pity. The stupid people didn't believe him either and didn't want to leave Konoha. Therefore, after the second generation of Hokage Senju Tobirama came to power, it encountered an unprecedented blow in platoon. And, the contradictions of the Kyubi Nine-Tails rebellion intensified, and the third generation and Danzo, who inherited the will of the second generation, adopted extreme methods, and Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. And this is the root cause of Uchiha's genocide. The initial conflict was not resolved because of the village where everyone lived. The means of the second generation have raised this contradiction to a new level. The atmosphere fell silent again. Madara seems to be in the memory too. Hachiken beckoned to Senju Tobirama behind him. 5 generations. Tobirama was still so cold. Don't you have anything to say to Madara? Bajien looked at each other calmly. Like an apology or something. An apology. Let me apologize to the scum who is trying to destroy the world. The second master glared angrily. Calm down. Bajien waved his hand, and instantly blew the ninjutsu on the second master to ashes. Forget about organizing him to be a Hokage. But it's your fault to speak ill of other people's family. Uchiha does get emotional and that's easy to take advantage of, just like Madara knows it and takes advantage of Obito. Patting Madara on the shoulder, Bajien continued. Because of this, they need a qualified leader even more. Contradiction naturally, you agree in your heart that Uchiha will always be Konoha's wisdom, and to give fair treatment, that, only. It dissolves. Also, the original intention of the Uchiha Guard you set up really made the Uchiha family see justice. 2 words, but the conspiracy contained in it is too pediatric. Pediatrics. The second master looked at each other coldly. Let the Uchiha family become more arrogant because of the power of the guards, and make the villagers even more ostracized each other. This approach finally came to an end. Because you are a shadow, you have never regarded the Uchiha clan, the hero who founded Konoha, as a my own people, but try to clear the other side by all means. Standing up, Bajian's eyes gradually sharpened. So I said before that you have good political skills and have contributed a lot to Konoha, but your personal emotions are too obvious. You know, second generation. The current Uchiha clan still work as guards for Master Konoha, but when the villagers encounter them, the moment will stop and shout with great respect, Lord Guard. How could this be? Senju Tobirama was stunned. Don't believe it. Square Street. The person leading the team is Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku-sama has worked hard. Yes, patrolling like this every day is tiring. The attitude of the villagers was what shocked Senju Tobirama the most. The guards, who should have been despised, were so respected. Should not be the arrogant Uchiha clan get this level of recognition? Doubtful. Bajian smiled. Actually, it's not difficult to change. Because whenever there is an abnormality around the village, the Uchiha guards will go to deal with it as soon as possible. And no matter who violates the rules of the village, they will be arrested and investigated. This is something like a rule, and it is not so difficult to accept. Especially on the basis that their clan has stricter requirements for their own clan, and even the villagers have seen more than once the guards deal with the Uchiha clan who violated the rules. So under an absolutely fair system, that kind of grudge will naturally cease to exist. The rules are made by me, and no matter who it is, including myself, I have to abide by it. After slowing down, Bajian took a sip of the wine gourd. So, second generation, do you think my approach is better, or do you force the Uchiha clan to end in destruction? Justified. Tell each other with facts, the Uchiha family is not a ticking time bomb. Even take advantage of the emotionality of the Uchiha family to make them love Konoha even more. Political genius. The second generation nodded and said nothing. But in front of him stood another familiar figure. Big Brother. 10. Looking at Hashirama, the second master swallowed. I seem to have told you before I died, to accept the Uchiha family and not treat them as aliens. Tobarama, it looks like you didn't keep your promise at all. Said all that, Hashirama seems to understand something. After his own death, his younger brother seems to have left hidden dangers for the Uchiha family. If it really follows Tobarama's conception, I am afraid that one day, the contradiction will break out completely, and it will definitely cause an inevitable disaster. And an ethnic group cannot stand against a village. Ultimately, the Uchiha family will be self-destructed. It doesn't matter, Hashirama. It was Madara, who stood up very freely. Memories also end. No matter what happened to Konoha or the Uchiha family, it has nothing to do with him. The name of Konoha village was chosen by yourself, so why not apologize? Uchiha Madara doesn't need others to apologize to him. Looking at Yi Bajian, Madara just wants to know one thing. The one Black Zetsu calls his mother is your woman. Who the hell is she? When Black Zetsu in the distance heard Madara's words, he suddenly took a few steps back. Almost forgot about this grandfather. If he knew that he had cheated on him for most of his life, he would probably kill himself in a fit of rage. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thousands of years ago people called her the goddess of Mao, the ancestor of chakra, the goddess who created the six paths immortals. Of course. Suddenly patted Madara's head, Bajian grinned. Also the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi who finally resurrected. Chapter 189. Well, give me a second look at the world. You just said infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara stared at Yi Bajian. Infinite Tsukuyomi's ultimate resurrection. What's the meaning? As you've heard, the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is not an art to bring peace to the world, but a prerequisite for resurrecting Kagaya. Bajian explained casually, the stone tablet you saw at the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, the content on it is not the real content left by the six paths immortal. It was changed by him. Black Zetsu, Bajian directly sold his godson. It's not your consciousness either, but Kagaya's consciousness that induces you to turn on infinite Tsukuyomi. Well, you may not understand it like that. Probably you see Obito as a pawn, but Black Zetsu sees you as a pawn too. As for Kagaya, she is the mother of the six paths immortal and Black Zetsu, who was sealed by her own son thousands of years ago, leaving Black Zetsu behind. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the way to break the seal. Pointing to the sky, Bajian continued. The sealed position is the moon above. Unfortunately, I was bored and went to the moon that day, and smashed the moon in two by the way, so now there is no need to activate infinite Tsukuyomi. The Konoha you see right now is synonymous with peace. Deadly still. Madara's breathing went from steady, to bloodshot eyes, to rushing anger, to the final despair and confusion. He seemed to have experienced a lot in an instant. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Not the art of bringing peace, but a conspiracy against himself. How could he accept this kind of thing? Planning for a decades-long resurrection return. What am I living for? Looking at the hands, Madara's mind goes blank. Yi Bajian had no reason to lie to him. A strong man, especially a strong man who can beat himself at will, has no reason to deceive himself. So Madara can only choose to believe what Infinite Tsukuyomi really wants. He's not a fool. Knew something was wrong when he saw Black Zetsu's attitude towards the woman. The truth is too cruel. It's a fact that you can't accept it for a while. Slumped on the ground in decadence, Uchiha Madara suddenly found that everything he did had lost its purpose. Peaceful. Sigh, Hashirama squeezed into Madara's side. Maybe only now can Madara have a quiet chat with herself. Jinchuriki column 563. She slowly raised her head to look at the man beside her. Madara's confused eyes made Hashirama a little helpless. For the first time, he saw this man lose his fighting spirit. What is the meaning of my existence? To his Rinnegan, he tore off the clothes on his chest, and Hashirama's face on it also appeared a little bit confused. After decades of planning, it was just a dream for me in the end. Now that I'm dreaming, what can I do? The peace I stand for. Without going to Black Zetsu to settle accounts, Madara, who is decadent, has only bitterness in her heart. Hey, it's not like you. Hashirama patted Madara on the shoulder, then naturally grabbed his finger and pointed to Konoha in front of him. Whether Infinite Tsukuyomi really brings peace, do you think that matters? Isn't the Konoha in front of you the village you and I discussed by the river of Nenga River? It doesn't matter if you don't do it yourself. Entrust the belief of peace to the younger generation, and the younger generation learns from experience and lessons learned, summed up how to pave the way. Like Tobirama's erroneous demonstration against the Uchiha clan, the 5 generations have changed that. A status quo. Shaking Madara's hand again, Hashirama felt a sense of relief. Whether it's you or me, both have their own path. If your path doesn't work, you can try. Help others. After dying, you are now resurrected. If you can, help me see more of the current Konoha and tell me when you die again. See what? Just take it as our agreement. Hashirama felt a little funny as he stretched out his fist and smacked his face on Madara's chest. My opponent is sometimes not so unreasonable. It's just a little childish, well, just like him. Is Infinite Tsukuyomi already irrelevant? Madara's eyes regained a gleam of brilliance. Yes. Now, peace has come 7204. And no one knows how long this kind of peace will last. If it can, it is like peace as a guardian of peace. Also a good thing. But, do I have that chance? Madara looked at what Bajian was about to say. But a few figures in the distance are walking towards this side. Orochimaru, who lost his fighting spirit and was brought to justice, and 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen covered in blood. As well as the Night Owl squad of 8 swords, and Tsunade. Also came Uchiha Obito, who, like Orochimaru, has been engraved on his body. Ceiling, Kakashi is holding him. Minato didn't come. Baijing is responsible for receiving information from the major ninja villages, and should be busy until late. Chunin exam in the central tower is still going on and needs to be supervised. Generation adults. Sarutobi seemed a little uncomfortable with the current title of 8 swords, so he paused and shouted. Orochimaru said he wanted to meet you. Snake first cow. Bajian nodded and stood in front of the opponent. He seemed to have given up resistance. In such a world, it seems that I have no intention of continuing to be a villain. Bajian-kun. Nodding at Bajian, Orochimaru was a little emotional. Although I don't know what you will do with me, If it is to please you, I have done my best. Limited. So before that, I want to ask you a question. The peace has indeed come now, but how do you face the future when you grow old and lose your unity? Governance situation. A very deep question. Essay problem Orochimaru has been trying to avoid all his life. Young Niu, I know what you want to ask, but all I can tell you is, time has no concept for me, even if I want to seal a person's time. The passage of time is also a flick of a finger. Do you know what that means? The eyes flowed, and there was an endless universe under the blue eyes. The combination of Tenseigion's ability and Shen's weeping is released, time is still. And this way of depriving others of the passage of time is immortality. His eyes haven't developed to ultimate. But freezing a person's time is not very difficult. Immortal. Orochimaru's eyes became frantic. It's not your undead cow, you need to consume the power of spirit and soul to live for a long time. Forbidden technique is the real immortality. Think. Want it. The voice is bewitching, and the 8 swords at the moment are like a magic stick. Want it. Orochimaru looked at Hachiken in astonishment. Even the 3 generations who were covered in injuries were stunned. Think. Nodding fiercely, Orochimaru said quickly. Master 5, I'm afraid. Orochimaru, who was finally caught, should we let him go now? Even looking at the meaning of the 8 swords, do you still want to give Orochimaru a chance? The 3rd generation was stunned, and couldn't understand Yi Bajian's brain circuit at all. Oh, I almost forgot about you. 8 swords patted his head and looked at Sarutobi. Before, you used the ghoul seal on Orochimaru, didn't you? But it's a little embarrassing that the ghost of death suddenly ran away when he saw Yi Bajian. Not only Orochimaru's soul, but also his own soul and Tobirama-sensei's soul. Run away. That's right, my faith hasn't shaken as I get older. Patting Sandai on the shoulder, Bajian thought for a moment. You are worthy of being called a shadow. The willingness to sacrifice for Konoha is also worthy of leaving his name on the wall of merit. On the wall. Sarutobi is thrilled. But 3 generations, until now, have not seen the value and significance of Orochimaru's existence. After confirming, Bajian shook his head again. As the human experiment he's working on really harmless. Killing him is far less cost-effective than saving his life to put research in useful ways. Degrees. At one time, you didn't support him in researching the 1st generation of cells, it's just that everything needs to be. Back at Orochimaru, the 8 swords punched him AEFC in the chest, it hurts. Orochimaru flipped over Byakugan and nearly fainted. The pain is certain, but no special force was used, otherwise the punch would be enough to make the snake small. Sister's life. Tsunade, he'll leave it to you. Within 2 years I'm going to see Konoha's medical level up a notch. Second rate. Work hard, when your credit can offset your mistakes and make outstanding contributions, I give. Your chance for eternal life. Final pat on the shoulder of Orochimaru, Hachima turned back and looked down at Konoha. It's all over at last. His Konoha. His village. His world. However, the conflict between the two has just begun to erupt. Obito and Madara in the distance have already started their own confrontation. What am I to you? Obito, who had taken off his mask, stared at Madara and asked, as if trying to find the answer from Madara's face. Pawn, otherwise. Unfortunately, Obito finally found the wrong person. From Madara's final collaborator, the words, companion, are impossible to hear. Unless you can beat Madara. Like 8 swords. So the steely straight man answered 2 words extremely bluntly. Peace. Tell you if you want to know. This is my Uchiha Madara. I took advantage of you, and I think you are a waste. Pawn. Obito was short of breath, and his body, which had been unstable because he devoured White Zetsu's body and soul, was violently trembling violently. So, Rin's death. Even the soul began to feel tearing. White Zetsu, which was suppressed with will in the past, began to fight back violently. I did. Madara remained calm. As he said, he is Uchiha Madara, who has done countless evils in his life. Even using Obito's feelings to blacken him. But Obito, I don't think you like Nohara Rin that much either. Contempt from Uchiha Madara. You have countless chances to resurrect Rin with my eyes. No matter how bad it is, impure world reincarnation can speak to her. Why didn't you do anything? Why didn't I do anything? There are some doubts. There are many ways to be resurrected. But in the end Obito didn't resurrect Rin. Is it because of the spell of the heart, or because of Black Zetsu's surveillance? Eight Swords do not know. Also a little confused. If there was no way to do that before, it was because Nagato was so powerful that he couldn't take Rinnegan away. Killing Conan in the original book, he still did not choose to find someone to release the revolving heaven resurrection. Why exactly? Courage. The heart was beating wildly. Obito looked back at Kakashi stiffly. Knowing why he exists, he no longer has the faith to live. Originally, because of the Eight Swords Zanpakuto's injury to the soul, it could not be suppressed, but now it has become more serious. The last of his strength, Obito spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling at Kakashi, he stretched out his hand. Kakashi. Help me and Minato, sensei. I apologize. Obito. People who have fallen into despair have no choice to turn back. He is Uchiha Obito. He lives for one person. Now that the dream was shattered, he no longer had the faith to live. The pain of the torn soul becomes numb, but the scars left on the body have no feeling. Boom. Finally, at the moment of confusion, he saw the man in the dream. This time, he had the courage to confess to her. Goodbye. Kakashi. He is an unforgivable man. Madara too. But Madara still has the faith to live. He is gone. The only one I'm sorry is the friend next to me. Consciousness returned to the former Minato class, and clumsily he put himself in danger again and again. It was also Mr. Minato who saved him time and time again. These he did not remember. Instead, what he remembered was that he stood in front of the other party without recognizing his identity, and remembered that he did not arrive at his side twice. Is it difficult to talk to him as a companion and successor? Obito has been turned into powder. The tearing of his soul caused his body to disappear in the end. People like that don't need him to say something. Perhaps for Obito, leaving this world and going to an infinite dream is the best ending. Dare to love, dare to hate, have their own ideals. This is Uchiha Obito. As for recognition like Naruto. Sorry, Bajian really can't do it. Companion, successor. Madara snorted and shook her head. He couldn't say such words after all. After all, he was not Senju Hashirama. Impure world reincarnation. Solution. The Pure Land is where the dead souls should go. Orochimaru sealed the impure world reincarnation before leaving. Madara was forcibly released, and Madara had used Nagato's Rinne Tensei, Samsara of heavenly life, to resurrect. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama did not release the contract, but Orochimaru's Matsuri product could not restrain Senju Hashirama's actions, and the contract still existed. Looking hastily at the big Jinchuriki column who was glowing on her body, Madara opened her mouth. I'm sorry. Just before Hashirama could speak, Senju Tobirama, who was next to him, threw 3 words coldly, and then raised up proudly. Probably this is the second master. His apology, not to Madara, but to the Uchiha clan. Maybe until the moment he saw the Uchiha clan being respected, he still couldn't believe that clan. But this late apology is well deserved. It's big. And the big Jinchuriki column in the air just looked at the man he recognized with a gentle smile. Help me see the world more. Don't go back to the Pure Land and be unable to say a word. Also, go see your name on the Konoha Glory Wall. Suddenly I remembered something, at the last moment. Senju Hashirama hurriedly looked at Yabajian. 5 generations, treat Xiaoging well. The task of revival is handed over to you. Come on, it's over. Chapter 190. At this moment, he is radiant. What did your grandfather say before he left? The 2 Hokages of Impure World Reincarnation have given away. Nothing to regret. The contemporaries are all dust to dust, only Madara is still alive. But Hashirama knows that Konoha, who owns the 5th-generation Hokage Knight 8 Swords, doesn't need to worry. They are dead. Going back to the Pure Land is the only option. Watching them leave, Bajian asked Tsunade, who was beside him with a slightly Yuhi expression on his face. Mission to revive the family. Which clan? What does revival mean? And gone is over. Gone who? 8 Swords was a little confused. You'll find out later. It seems that it has entered the final stage. You should go back as soon as possible. The test continued. Tsunade coughed as I left. Leave that aside, Chunin test. Done. Tsunade took the locked Orochimaru and turned and left. Human cattle have a new pursuit. Orochimaru didn't think it would be bad to live like this. Just change the direction of scientific research, but it is still what he wants to do. Unlike the 3 generations of old men. Just 8 Swords, Kun said, my value and meaning of existence. This sentence is enough to arouse his sense of recognition. For Konoha. Let's do this first. The gate of true immortality is really exciting. People left one after another, and Yi Xiao's team also went to work on the examination room. Kagaya has returned to the spiritual space. Everything seems to have settled down. Hokage Rock, with only Heiken and Uchiha Madara standing on it, Black Zetsu, for fear that Madara would beat himself up, hid on the rock behind and pricked up his ears and listened carefully. You. What are you going to do with me? After a long silence, Madara looked at Yi Bajian. No doubt. This is an amazing little devil. No, the current self is not worthy to call each other a kid. He had felt this man's pupil technique with his own body before, and it was an ability that could freeze time. Even the Rinnegan has such a powerful feature. On the other hand, before the pupil surgery the other party has, age is just a number. This kind of strength really convinced Madara. What to do with Uchiha Madara? 8 Swords hugged his shoulders and fell into contemplation. Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara, and Akatsuki's problems have been resolved. Nagato let go of the wheel. Revolving Heaven also left peacefully. Obito's words choose to explode in place, don't want to look at the world again, prefer to live on their own. In a dream created by himself. In this way, the next thing to do will be much simpler. First. This Chunin exam to fully integrate the power of the ninja world and turn all other ninja villages into subordinates of Konoha. Subject to the same management system as Konoha. Other ninja village levels. Minato is already doing this, so don't worry about Bajian. Second. In the future, the detailed processing, transformation and development of the huge machine in the ninja world. 8 Swords of this plan have already been prepared, and we only need to wait for the remaining 10% of the middle forces to express their opinions. Third. Up the unfilial sons Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. They thought that the existence of the soul and chakra was hiding in the Pure Land, and the 8 Swords could not do anything about them. I'm sorry, he is the god of death, and the Pure Land is exactly the home of the 8 Swords. Recover the Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra from the 6 Paths Sage, otherwise this. I am afraid that the upper limit of Naruto and Sasuke is only that high. He needs high-end combat power, especially combat power with a high development ceiling, so that he can break barriers in the future. Sweeping other worlds with ninjas is the motivation. Fourth. That is the most crucial point. Glancing at his template progress, Bajian took a deep breath with the advanced tasks that appeared before. Tone. Others are nothing new. The first template of the 3 major templates, Kenpachi, has been unlocked to 65%. Also, this is the mission. Open black lens bracket coronation is king close black lens bracket. Mission content. The Otsutsuki clan regard the earth as their nursery, but the new king is about to be crowned, proclaiming, "The time to claim sovereignty has come, and no method is restricted to clear all hidden dangers of the earth. This quest is the ultimate quest in the Hokage world, with no time limit or method." Mission reward. 100,000 points to cut points. Open the first link of Zanpakuto Solution Advanced Mission, officially. Crowned as Hokage World Dominator bonus, unknown. Crowned as king. The meaning is obvious. Although the 8 swords at this moment have been unified, they are only ninja tyrants, and the land under their feet is still the same. With danger. The content of the mission is to declare sovereignty and clear the hidden dangers on the earth. For the time being, the only danger is the Otsutsuki trio. U Shell organization has not surfaced, and Bajian can't find them. This is a threat hidden deep within. Silently glanced at the item card in the system backpack, Bajian squinted his eyes and patted Madara. Shoulders. It's big. If someone pointed your nose and told you, the days of the ninja are over. Well, if he said something like that. What do you think? Is the era of ninjas over? Madara frowned in confusion. Looking around, the current Konoha village is gaining momentum, and Yabajian has clearly become the number 1 in the ninja world. What does it mean that the age of the ninja is over? 1. Surpass the strongest of the Hokage of all dynasties. In detail, there are people who refuse to accept the discipline and feel that the era of beauty contact lenses is over, and the next thing to do is tattoos. Then threaten to destroy the world, disregarding the meaning of the Jonin. Through the Konoha forehead prepared in his arms to Uchiha. Destroy the world. Madara's eyes flashed with confusion, but soon that confusion was replaced by Madara's presumptuousness. If I can't destroy the world, why do others move this land? Is the age of the ninja over? Who gave him the courage to say such a thing? The forehead guard was slowly tied to her forehead, and Madara had murderous intent in her eyes. Hashirama said, "Let me take a second look at the world." If so, use your hands to protect your forehead completely. I'm still a ninja. Is that so? 8 swords are clear. Sure enough, but everyone has a forehead. I can't stand hearing that. Why did the era of ninjas end? Is it you Madara who can't dance? 8 swords grinned. In this case, wait for me for a while, and then I will show you the person who said this. Quote. But before that you get used to life in Konoha. Take it. Taking out a broom and a pair of sunglasses and handing it to Madara, Bajian pointed to the central square below. Cleaning the square is an enviable job in Konoha, because you can look at the meritorious wall from time to time. By the way, you can also help me settle down and feel the Konoha at the moment with your heart. Do you want to? To peace. All that needs to be said. Standing up, Bajian turned and left, immersed in the system backpack to check the properties of the thing. Open black lens bracket drama. Experience the biography of Kobo people. Using this card, you can lead 2 people to experience the story of the parallel world of legends. Note that the plot is everything that happens in the real space. Your actions will change the direction of the plot, and you can also choose to bring loot into the original world. Entering the plot strength will not be affected, please enjoy it freely. The price is 10,000 square meters to cut points. Note, if you die during the experience, you will be sent back to the original world to stop experiencing the story, and this card will also. It is invalid, so please use it when the strength is sufficient. This thing. The 8 swords he had prepared for the final task of being crowned king. After all, only the Otsutsuki trio knew about the Otsutsuki clan. He didn't know where the shell tissue, Kawaki, and Otsutsuki Ashiki's second 10 tails were. Therefore, the plot experience card is used to get familiar with those enemies, understand their combat strength and weaknesses, and then learn about the enemies in the experience card, and then return to this world to deal with the upcoming Otsutsuki clan. To be knowledgeable. Legend has it that the Otsutsuki clan has 6 paths, and Bajian doesn't know if it's true or not. It is necessary to use this card. Parallel worlds can also be considered new worlds. There, the plot trend is the same as the original, with Naruto as the hero as the background board, telling the story of the thing about his stupid son, Borin. Well, put Tsukuyomi on the blogger's head, let him watch Hayate's biography crazy, let him understand that his father is here. What kind of existence is it? This kind of thing. 8 Swords really wanted to do it too much. However, the props have already said that this thing should be used when the strength is sufficient. Otsutsuki Ashiki's combat power is not known for the time being, so Bajian plans to use the next time to improve the progress of the template, at least to evolve the 2 templates to 100%, so as to have enough confidence to face the body. Check everything in the card. In short, it is based on the enemies in the experience card, and prepares to deal with the enemies of the original world in the future, that's all. Simple. Coincidentally, Bajian also has tattoos, and it is the most perfect tattoo. Do you sweep the floor? On the Hokage rock, Madara picked up her sunglasses and touched the broom. He is Uchiha Madara. He had never done such a job as sweeping. But now, he wants to try. Peek at that Konoha wall of glory by the way. Speaking of which, I gave the name of this village. Standing up and jumping off the Hokage rock, Madara walked towards the merit wall step by step. Because there are not many people who can be called leaders, Madara quickly found her name on the wall of merit. Uchiha Madara. One of the founders of Konoha. Chunin exams are still going on. But this time, Bajian didn't end up making trouble. The problem has been completely solved. And those genins have also thoroughly seen his combat effectiveness. If Bajian ends up, I am afraid that they will not have the desire to fight, but it will not be good. The purpose of the Chunin exam has been achieved. 8 Swords is very willing to sit on the high platform and watch the new generation of Konoha below him throw his fists with all his strength. He is not old. It's just that the mentality has changed. In the second round of the Death Forest qualifiers, the final result did not surprise Bajian. All those who should have advanced in the original book advanced. But what surprised Bajian was that in the battle between Sakura and Ino, it was unexpected that Ino voluntarily abstained. At the end of the preliminaries, Naruto and Sasuke happily rushed to the front of the 8 Swords and bowed properly. The position has been confirmed. It's just a ceremony. And his appearance of guarding the village is also very disappointing. As his disciple, Sasuke also felt the pride that Itachi said. See it. That is his master. Naruto is very envious when he looks at the eyes of the 8 Swords. Big brother, I will definitely surpass you in the future and become Hokage. Naruto is still the same Naruto, not hit by the rise of the 8 Swords. Yes. Patting his head, Bajian stood up. Minato, who was busy in the distance, walked over with dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, all the information has been integrated, so just send Anbu Ninja to receive it. It is not so easy to organize the information of hundreds of shinobi villages. Minato does not worry about other people doing this kind of thing. As the teacher of 8 Swords, he said that he would hand over the powerful Konoha to his disciples. Apparently, he has tried his best to do it. Now is the time. Your Yan Yan is already being carved, and the handover ceremony will start in about 3 days. You'll be the real 5th generation Hokage then. After speaking in one breath, Minato stretched out his hand in relief, as if he wanted to rub Bajian's head. But when I put my hand in the air, I suddenly found that it seemed a little inappropriate. He has grown up. Has become Konoha's 5 generations of Hokage. This kind of thing doesn't seem right. A little embarrassed, he wanted to withdraw his palm, but the man in front of him grabbed his wrist and placed it on his head. I don't have parents, but I want to celebrate being the 5th Hokage. Call Enko for dinner tonight. Letting go of Minato's hand, Before turning around and walking down the steps, Hachiken's last smile was extraordinarily warm. As expected of you, there is no need to talk too much between men. Minato smiled, feeling a little wet in his eyes. Father, why are you crying? Naruto asked in confusion. You'll understand when you grow up. Patting Naruto on the head, Minato has returned to normal. But Naruto, if you want to be a qualified Hokage in the future, there is still a lot to learn. Just like my father, I used to think that if I solved the problem with Wairu's means, I would be able to protect everyone. Sometimes I don't take the initiative to express my opinions, and I can't be ruthless. Looking at Hachiken's back with some nostalgia, Minato took a deep breath and patted Naruto on the shoulder. The combination of rigidity and softness is the real approach. Bajian's behavior is enough for you to learn for a lifetime. This is from Namikaze Minato's highest evaluation of Yabajian. 3 days later. Take advantage of gaps in Chunin exams. It was just dawn. Countless crowds came to the central square of Konoha. In addition to the ninjas and villagers in this village, those ninjas who are waiting for the Chunin exam are also in place. Today. Of the 5th generation Hokage. Take over the Hokage cloak from the 4th generation Hokage and also take over the responsibility of guarding the village. Pass on the will of fire on the body. At the corner of the central square, a cleaner with sunglasses caught the attention of many people. Especially the 2 adults Kyubi, Ninetales, standing beside him. This is enough to catch the eye. Little Madara-chan. The 2 Kuramas leaned against each other and calmly looked at the man who was cleaning the cow in front of him and shouted. You're in the way. Madara gave Kyubi, Ninetales, a cold look. Before it was changed, he must have shouted out every beast. But it is clear that the current Konoha Kyubi, Ninetales, has a higher status than him. He couldn't understand. But that's the truth. Cut, it's still so cold. Kyubi, Ninetales, pursed his lips, bumping his tummies into one another to clear the way. After Madara left, she immediately laughed out a pig. Shit, do you see that? Madara is sweeping the floor. Ha ha ha, this uncle is blind. Ellipsis quote. The play suddenly ended. Dawn has officially arrived. With the sun completely pouring into the square, a person walked out of the platform above the Hokage building. In an instant, the square became silent. Facing the wind, walking all the way to the very edge, the man took a deep breath and roared as he stretched out his hand below. Konoha. It's the first ninja village. The golden spiritual pressure rises into the sky. Now. Brilliant. The next few chapters are transitioning, cultivating feelings, integrating the daily plot of the ninja world, closing. Pick up the 6 paths immortal, then go to the blogger to pass it to the blogger to read the Hayate biography, and after a circle, have a deeper understanding with Hanabi and then go back to the original world to clean up the Otsutsuki completely. As for the people who brought the blogger, Madara and Itachi. Or do you directly want someone to come out and use the psychic technique? What do readers think? Don't worry if you write it, you won't do that, it will only make the update slower. Excuse me 10. Chapter 191 Tsunade's plan to revive the Senju clan. Konoha calendar. The 7th of July 60 _________. Took over the Hokage cape from the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and became Konoha's 5th Hokage. A new picture has been carved into the Hokage rock. Konoha opens a new chapter. And the shock of the ninja world has only just begun. A month later, the Chunin exam was completely over. Konoha. Hokage office. Genins of the various shinobi villages let out a long sigh. Still the blonde hair. Glancing at the picture of the man hanging on the wall, Minato raised his head again with a wry smile. Shikaku, why are you saying this? This is not the retirement life I'm looking forward to. Nara Shikaku, a newly appointed member of the political department of Konoha, shrugged. Someone has to do this job, and compared to the tedious work before, after the reform. Are very few things that need to be handled by Hokage. But even so, the 5 generations of adults don't have the intention to sit here, you should know this. Right, you can just sit here and work. The more legendary characters, the more difficult the brain circuit is to understand. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples. Come on, I'll bring your sister back, Shikamaru is all ready. Chunin is here, and I will let him get acquainted with the business when he passes the assessment. Hey, by comparison, this is the real retirement for me. Here's the thing. Wudaimu just took office. After only 2 days in the Hokage office, he never came back. In his words, he is still young, and spending a lot of time doing these unnutritious jobs will lose his function early, so let Minato do him a favor and take a good rest. In short, sitting in Hokage's office is 410, Minato. But there is no way. Who made the 5th generation of adults the disciple of the 4th generation of adults? It doesn't matter if the teacher does a favor for the apprentice. And as Nara Shikaku said, now Hokage's job is limited to stamping a stamp and specifying the general direction. Konoha, the huge heart of the human ninja world, is running all the time. There is no shortage of talented people in the village, so I won't work until late and have no time to go home to accompany my wife or have a meal. Of course, Minato isn't complaining either. Just some emotion. He had thought of this before. That guy isn't someone who can sit down and read materials. He became the 5th generation Hokage more to represent the soul and spirit of Konoha. The representative of the will of fire. Looking back, Minato had a smile on his face. Maybe when the new batch of kids grows up, he won't have a chance to help with these things. Konoha's Central Plaza. Many people's names were filled in on the lofty glory and merit wall. And an old man with a hunched body was standing there quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage. At this moment, you are worthy of the title of Shadow. The words of Yabajian echoed in his mind, and Sarutobi's face flashed with indifference. On the wall. On the matter. When the village is in crisis, he also has the desire to sacrifice himself to protect the village. Although Shinobu is old, the will of fire will never be old, and it will be because of the old ninjas. His actions were greatly affected, and the fire shone on the next generation. This is the inheritance of the true will of fire. Look up, here's your name written on the wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage, dedicated to guarding the foundation of its predecessors, without great credit. No serious sin, Chunin's spirit of sacrifice in exams is worth learning, so remember the ordinary. Well enough. Even ordinary is not easy to do. Silently took out a bottle of wine and moved to the shameful Jinchuriki column next to it. So far the most sinful person is his old buddy. He is also remembered by the younger generation of Konoha, but has become a negative example. Maybe it's a good way too, Danzo. The wine on the ground, Sarutobi stood blankly beside the Jinchuriki column. Just standing there quietly, pouring some wine from time to time. I don't know how long it took, he turned around and left, and finally said something. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Paused. He seemed a little older and walked back. The old people withered one after another, like fallen leaves in the wind. Swish. Behind him, a tall figure carried a broom. Glancing at the stark wall of merit and the bleak shame Jinchuriki column looked at the floor by Sarutobi. The pouring wine frowned. Obviously. This kind of behavior of pouring wine in the central square at will, brings huge inconvenience to the cleanup work. How about work? Mr. Madara. Madara, who was wearing sunglasses, was going to bake a little with Kaden, fire style, and then switched to Mokuden, wood style. Kakashi, who came to Matsuri with a flower behind him to worship his father, suddenly spoke up. Is there any news from the 5th generation? Madara put down her broom and frowned. Although sweeping the floor is self-cultivation, he wants to know who said that the era of ninjas is over. Not sure. Shaking his head and placing the bouquet in front of the heroic soul monument, Kakashi bowed and turned away. Jien sang, "There is a question I don't understand. The clan of the Uchiha clan. Familiar cherry blossom forest. It is already the early autumn season, and the cherry blossoms are gradually withering and scattered. The man sits on the stone pier under the tree and drinks wine. The ferret leans on the tree pole with a trace of doubt on his face." After replying, the man sighed ergwotu again. Lazy turned over. The meaning of ninja's existence is to constantly fight, to protect what you want to protect in the fight. Object. But once this kind of struggle disappears. I mean, like now, the ninja world is about to be unified, so what will the ninja do? There will be fewer fights in the future, and ninjas are a high-risk profession. I am afraid that many people are more willing to devote themselves to more ordinary life. If the ninja world without fighting continues in this situation, what value and meaning does ninja have in existence? I'm afraid that waiting for them can only be slowly dying. Is this the price of peace? Some confused Itachi wants to get the answer in the mouth of Hachiken. Peace comes. What's the point of a ninja protecting people? After unification there will be no disputes. But is the history of those ninjas only one option to seal? Throwing the wine gourd to Itachi, Bajian let out a hazy breath. If there are people, there will be disputes. While some people are born to fight, like Uchiha Madara, some people want peace. To hurt others with your strong power. This is Shisui. The performance is obvious. So what to do with those militants? That's a learning. Draw the knife and wave gently at the air in front of him. An unstable space crack slowly appeared in front of Itachi. It is recognized that the resources of the ninja world will be exhausted sooner or later. When resources are scarce, in order to survive, wars break out. Pointing to the space crack that was cut at random, Bajian showed his fiery gaze. But fighting for resources is divided into infighting and aggression. I want to ask you, if the ninja world is about to collapse and you need to plunder supplies from other worlds, will you draw a knife and fight for the person behind you? Throwing militants into other worlds and expanding the resources of the ninja world is what Bajian wants to do after the final unification. Although the advanced task of the system coronation has not been completed, Bajian has asked for relevant information. It means that when he successfully controls the ninja world and is completely promoted to the king, the ninja world will be completely. The bottom became his main base. Then invade other worlds, obtain resources to expand the main world, and connect the sub-world to achieve a balance. Qingqing grassland has countless treasures, isn't it suitable for farming? With a spoof idea, Bajian waved his hand, and the space crack slowly disappeared. If the ninja world collapses and needs to invade other worlds, will I have the courage to draw a sword and fight? Weasel was stunned. Other worlds. This concept is really unacceptable to him. But if other worlds really exist, in order to protect the people behind to invade other worlds and disturb the peace of other worlds, I'm afraid this is no different from a robber. Well, the world is also divided into various. The world we can reach must be the kind of 450. In the dire situation, put away your good-hearted brother. That's to help them settle down. Standing up and patted Itachi on the shoulder, Bajian smiled again, and don't think the people over the space crack are easy to bully, maybe they can defend you with a single finger. The Otsutsuki clan I mentioned to you is the level of the 6 paths immortals per capita. For us, they are invaders from other worlds. Weak, will definitely be beaten. Get ready, Orochimaru will perform the eye replacement surgery the day after tomorrow. Itachi bowed his head after taking Jianzhang's wine gourd. Blurry. The great cause of unification has not yet been completed. There are not many people in the ninja world who refuse to accept it. The Yi Xiao team has been dispatched frequently recently. In contrast, his pupil strength is consumed. The speed is obviously too fast. With frequent use of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, this situation is bound to happen. 0. However, Shisui's Kotoamatsukami has not come in handy, so the pupil power is still well preserved. And Shisui's strength is also not bad without the use of physical fitness. Eye replacement surgery. Finally the day has come. Swap Sasuke for his eyes, and add what Jian-sang says is the powerful Yuhi eye drops. Does the eternal Mangekyo above Mangekyo really exist? Looking up at the back of the man in the distance, Itachi bowed. For himself, Jian-sang has done too much. Little devil, I finally found you. Just after leaving the Uchiha clan, Bajian was still thinking about who to take a bath with at night. By Tsunade with Shizune at the door. Is something wrong? I don't know if it's an illusion or if it's real. Recently, Bajian always felt that Tsunade looked at him in the wrong way. Come with me for a drink. Eyes, Tsunade coughed. Go to the Konoha restaurant. Where is this sung? Bajian was stunned for a while, and was dragged forward by Tsunade. Konoha restaurant. Surprise, Tsunade invited him to the top suite. In the living room, a table of meals has been prepared. Sitting down facing each other, Bajian's face is full of confusion. What the hell are you going to do? Drink. The opposite Tsunade raised his glass and drank it. Shizune next to him had an unnatural expression on his face. Wait a minute, just say something straight. Bajian frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. It's nothing. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, I think it's appropriate to invite you to a meal in return. The matter of Danzo, the matter of the village, and the Chunin exam, I saw my grandfather again, thank you. Another glass of wine. Tsunade narrowed his eyes with a hint of Yuhi dizzy on his face. What? Don't give face. Is that so? Eight Swords suddenly realized. It's not that he doesn't give face. After all, it's rare for people like Tsunade to think of repaying kindness. And the price of this table of meals plus the suite is not cheap. According to Bajian's guess, if she has money, she will definitely gamble. She was even willing to invite guests. It happened that I didn't have dinner at night, it's good to have someone to treat. Picking up the wine glass, the Eight Swords drank it all in one go. But after a sigh of relief, I suddenly realized that something was wrong. This wine. A sense of dizziness struck, and the man turned over Byakugan and fainted. Shizune, quick, it's time to revive the Senju clan. Table, Tsunade tapped the floor, and instantly channeled a strange vessel. Why should I do such a thing? Shizune, who was short of breath, pulled Heiken's body and dragged it to the sofa next to him. Then he aimed at Bajian's martial arts uniform and took out scissors. This girl has never seen such a scene. Kai Yuhi slaps her face as she reaches out 3.6. Come on, need fresh. This guy's physique is pervert, and all the ecstasy incense didn't work well before, but this time I spent a lot of time and even asked Orochimaru to make it. Tsunade is also not calm, especially wherever her eyes go is forbidden to her. Offended. Borrow some. Huh. Hand just went down. But Shizune raised his head suddenly, but met the eyes of the man with a playful face on the sofa. The next moment, Shizune and Tsunade were dumbfounded. So possible. Tsunade was bewildered. This potion has been tested with Kyubi, Nine Tails, and even a physique like Kyubi, Nine Tails, can sleep for 3 days and 3 nights with just 1 cup. She doesn't want Bajian to be in a coma for that long, it only takes a few minutes. This kid. Is it pervert? Well, they're all from the same village. Just say it if you want to borrow it. Hachiken shook his head, and instantly grabbed Tsunade and pressed him beside him. But I don't like the passive removal method. It's better than another way. Closer to Tsunade, Hachiken whispered. How to change it? After swallowing, Tsunade suddenly felt that things were getting complicated. Absolute control. That's it. A grave egg. Konoha restaurant. Night has come. The diners were a little puzzled. From the very beginning, the restaurant seemed to have a faint tremor. They don't know what happened. But obviously, the night was not peaceful. Continue the bloodline of the Senju family was seized by someone Yi. However, this kind of thing borrowing blood. I'm afraid it won't work once or twice. Chapter 192 is your father, take back the chakra on you. Tsunade-sama. I was killed by you. It is 3 poles in the sun. There was chaos in a suite at the Konoha restaurant. Glancing at the torn cape, Shizune sighed. Today she learned a word. The fire at the city gate affected Chiyu. This truth is not just talk. That bastard didn't even let her go. Anyway, the tactic was a success, albeit at a high cost. Tsunade, who climbed to the table and ate the food, said vaguely. The price is really high. And it's still the kind of extremely exaggerated, heavy injury. Bastard. Cheap him. Sip of wine, Tsunade squinted his eyes and touched his stomach. Senju clan as early as possible, she made great efforts this time. All kinds of supplements are basically used. Just wait for the news. Only a pity. Later, she really couldn't beat the other party, so she could only ask Shizune for support. So at the moment Shizune is in an upside-down state. Humph. This time anyway. She is shameless to be the 5th-generation Mrs. Hokage. Eat tender grass. The old cow eating the tender grass and so on, as I said before, has finally achieved an achievement. Of course. She didn't know that Kagaya was 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will only be surprised that it is too late to start. The real old cow eats the tender grass and has to see Kagaya Sr. Go, check your body. Gobbling down to replenish his stamina, the seal of 100 heroes finally stabilized. Tsunade left the Konoha restaurant with Shizune in his arms. Konoha's mysterious scientific research department. Under the surveillance of Anbu's shift of ninjas, there lives an extremely dangerous figure. Orochimaru. He is living a comfortable life now. At least there will be no shortage of materials for any experiment you want to do. World who firmly oppose the Konoha unification plan, and those people will eventually become fresh human experiment materials. However, today's scientific research project has just begun, and the scientific research department has forced a heavyweight. Knight 8 Swords, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. He walked in with the mysterious vessel in hand, meaning to ask Orochimaru to investigate whether the liquid inside the vessel was healthy. 4 a.m., Orochimaru finally came out of the laboratory. 8 Swords, Kun. Holding the lab report in front of Heiken, Orochimaru bowed respectfully. How? The curious man glanced at the report and asked. In terms of single-round quality, this is the strongest tadpole I've ever seen. A well-deserved god-level gene. After swallowing, Orochimaru looked at Hachiken with shock. This guy. What is reincarnated? You're healthy, or you're too strong. It's difficult to say the evaluation. Orochimaru even wants to use this thing to conduct experiments, unfortunately, he knows. It's impossible. Oh, no problem. Standing up, Bajien turned to leave. But, 8 Swords Kun. Attributing to a tough tadpole means a lower chance of success. Your wives need to strengthen their training, otherwise they won't be able to stop you from being strong. Orochimaru put on his new eyes and said respectfully. But what is certain is that there is not 1,000 times, even the physique of the Senju family will cost a little strength. So, you don't have to worry about the number of times Tsunade borrows things. Not even her. Please waste your infinite life, I will keep this a secret. On the way. Slight smile, Hachimaru patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Do well, Ant Snake. Little. Is it enough to sweep the floor? After coming out of the scientific research department, Bajien came to the central square. The ground is especially clean today. It seems that Uchiha Madara has discovered the charm of Konoha from every bit of life. It's fine. Holding up his sunglasses, the man who killed Matt showed a relieved attitude. It's been a month. Owning Rinnegan, he knew that the smiles on the faces of these villagers were not fakes. The atmosphere in the village also calmed down Madara's heart. In that case, go to Anbu to report. There was a shinobi village who did not agree with Konoha's reforms, refused to obey Konoha's orders, and shouted that Konoha nothing. So, clean up. Patting Madara on the shoulder, Bajian turned and left. Can you move a little bit? Madara took off her glasses, and the pair of Rinnegans exuded a breathtaking light and bitterness. The change in the ninja world is naturally not that easy. Military in Anbu, and the new ninja union formed by the elite troops dispatched by other shinobi villages. Under the blanket push, many protesters stood up. Friendly negotiation is not easy. He even threatened to take a step forward and destroy Konoha. Good guy. At first Bajian almost laughed when he heard the news. But after listening to Kakashi's report on the situation, he was aroused. One of the recent rebels was a little tricky to deal with. The reason is simple. Those ninjas can fly. Self-proclaimed emptiness. The Bond chapter of the Hokage World Theater Edition has been introduced in detail. It was a magical ninja village using high technology. Seems to dislike Konoha. I don't understand the specific 8 swords. But since it's flying, Madara's full-body Susanoo also comes in handy. As for him, he recently planned to give lessons to 12 Shaoqiang to promote the growth rate of the younger generation. Too lazy to leave Konoha and run so far to deal with the problem. He couldn't figure out why Madara lost to Zero-Tail nothingness. A little explanation. Hachiken came to the Hokage Rock in Konoha. It seems that after becoming the 5th generation Hokage, he likes to stand here and watch Konoha when he has nothing to do. I also understand a little why Senju Hashirama chose to use Wairo to fight for peace. Perhaps he was afraid that the war would spread and the people in this village would die. Reach out and a scroll falls into the palm of Bajian. This scroll was found in the palace in Kagaya's ice space. Otsutsuki people who will come to Earth in the future. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Ura style. These 3 people, Bajian, are not worried. Because in future plots, whether Momoshiki, Kinshiki or Urashi will be killed. Need to be taken seriously. It is the shell organization in the subsequent plot, Jigen and Kawagi of Otsutsuki Ashiki. Are you still not aware of his presence? The beautiful woman appeared in her arms, and Bajian asked as he embraced the other's slender waist. Otsutsuki Ashiki. Thousands of years ago, another tribe who came to Earth with Kagaya took control of the second 10 Tails. But compared to Kagaya's complete sacred tree, Otsutsuki Ashiki was severely injured by Kagaya's sneak attack. Sealed himself, but also sealed the growth of 10 Tails. This has been stated in the biography of the blogger. After 1,000 years, the 10 Tails of Otsutsuki Ashiki are still in their infancy. I can't feel it. Kagaya had a look of concern in his eyes. Attacked Otsutsuki Ashiki, he wanted to control the Earth alone. But Otsutsuki Ashiki's abilities were very strong, and survived the deadly attack by shrinking his body. There is a special bond between the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya couldn't perceive the existence of the same type at the moment. And Bajian also deliberately spread out the spiritual pressure to find it, but there was no result. If nothing else, they should wait for the moment in the space where the 10 Tails are hidden, so is the inner array. If you want to perceive the space where the opponent is, the strength of Bajian needs to go further. The stronger he is, the stronger Kagaya will follow. By then, it will not be a problem to find space for the other party. They didn't dare to jump out of such a big noise in the ninja world, which means that Otsutsuki Ashiki is still at the moment recovering, so don't worry. And the Momoshiki trio didn't come, so now is the time to improve their strength, don't worry about anything. The never-ending sword swing. But before cultivating, there is one thing that must be resolved. Pulling out God weep, Bajian flew forward. On the way to find the base of the shell organization, although there is not much found about the trace of Otsutsuki Ashiki. But found another magic. The weakest connection between the real world and the Pure Land. Eight Swords is terrifyingly sensitive to the soul, which is due to the fact that he has the Shinigami Zaraki sword. 8 templates. Especially that day Orochimaru released Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama from the filth and turned cattle, and he deliberately left a mark on the souls of the two. Fly fast. 8 Swords fell on an island in the middle of a sea. This is the island at the border between the land of water and the land of need, or to describe the relics of the former Uzumaki clan. More figurative. This is where the brand disappears. Looking around at the calm surroundings, Zanpakuto took a deep breath and faced the air in front of him. A flat cut. Swish. Space becomes unstable. A crack appeared slowly ahead. It was dark inside, but in just a moment, Bajian sensed countless soul auras, among which there are 2 auras that are the most powerful. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Can't go wrong. Stepping into the territory that does not belong to life, Bajian looked around. A gray patch. Wandering souls walk aimlessly. In front of him, 2 dead souls with incomplete bodies were sitting in the air looking at him. At this moment, their eyes were full of uncertainty and surprise. There seems to be some doubts as to why there are strangers entering the Pure Land. And this person has the breath of their mother. Originally, they just came to see why there were cracks in the Pure Land, but fell into silence. Such silence. Kagaya was summoned by 8 Swords, he became jealous. It saved me from looking for you. The cracks behind him have disappeared. Bajian took out a chair out of thin air and sat in front of them, while Kagaya gave them a cold look. And then quietly leaned against the man's chest. Is the purpose really us? Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked at each other. The space that was already full of dead silence added a sense of awe. Using chakra to observe the development of the ninja world, they still know a little about the current situation of the ninja world. Not surprisingly, the man who convinced his mother was a Shu who had returned from the dirty land. The 8 Swords of the Night in Luo Reincarnation's memory. After that, he discovered the new world. Asura's reincarnation saw a lot of things. After examining his soul, he completely noticed Yi Bajian. A man who knows everything about Akatsuki. Mother. Look at that supple Otsutsuki Kagaya. The 6 Paths Immortal cried out hard for mother. He couldn't understand Yi Bajian's approach at all. The I-Genin world is indeed at peace. But why did he release the mother again? Sooner or later, infinite Tsukuyomi will come to the world, and the ninja world will be a disaster again. The above is his cognition. Shish. Bajian, who was sitting on the chair, put his hand to his mouth, and a light shush represented his attitude. You better stop calling this mother. Even with Kagaya, she didn't give the 6 Paths Immortal much response, but she still glanced at her 2 unfilial sons indifferently. Seems to be a different concept. Bajian has always felt that filial piety is greater than righteousness. Besides, the 2 unfilial sons didn't give Kagaya any chance to explain and started the fight directly. Is this worthy of being human? Yi Bajian, I know you. Otsutsuki Hagoromo looks solemn. Change the people of the ninja world, but you shouldn't release your mother. You have no idea what kind of disaster this could lead to. Please shut up. Fingers, Zanpakuto plunged into the ground. Under the absolute control of the crying land, these 2 souls could not resist the Zanpakuto of Yi Bajian. You are essentially chakra, why do you say such things? The ninja philosophy you created is to make people trust each other and understand each other. 587. But about that, did you do it yourself? Looking at Otsutsuki Hagoromo lightly, Hachikan narrowed his eyes and pointed at Kagaya. Do you understand her? Do you know the ultimate purpose of making white zetsu? Have you tried to understand and talk with the mother who made it yourself? Probably not, Bajian sighed. The world of ninja you know is just a place that others regard as a nursery. But this stupid woman finally chose to stand on the side of the earth to make weapons against the invaders. The method is very clumsy, but it is also considered hard work. Unfortunately, good intentions did bad things, and Yuhi listened to Gamamaru indiscriminately, and thought you were. Our mothers have become greedy. And powerful. What about greed? The ultimate goal is still to protect the ninja world. I would rather trust other people than my own mother. What kind of person is this? You are so sure that after you try to understand Kagaya, she will not discuss the day with you. Post-enemy strategy. At Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the 8 swords face frost. Cut. Everyone in this world is an old double standard. Forget it, it's important to do the right thing. Now, as your father, I will take back the chakra from you. The blade shone with light, instantly entangling 2 souls without any resistance. Now is the time to deal with the soul. And its own chakra is a higher level power that has been fused with Reiatsu, spiritual energy, and sage art. Bajian never took them seriously. This time I came to the Pure Land for just one reason. After the eradication, the 6 Paths Immortal took the opportunity to find the spiritual space of Naruto and Sasuke, and then induced them. The possibility of sealing Kagaya. Get rid of the last element of turmoil. This is his purpose. Chakra back. 2 different patterns appear on Bajian's hands. 1 moon and 1 sun, and the pale blue Tensagen became more intense. Although one less apology to Kagaya, let you be enslaved souls in my knife. This ending is fair to you. Swish. With a flick of Zanpakuto, a crack appeared in the space in front of him again. Come gently, go gently. No other souls in the Pure Land were disturbed. As if never came. Konoha training ground. Sasuke and Naruto, who were fighting, were suddenly stunned at the same time. Did you feel it? Naruto asked eagerly. Well, it's a lot easier in an instant, and some kind of strength is growing. Sasuke clenched his fists, puzzled on his face. Sasuke, Itachi asked you to come over. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui in the distance beckoned to Sasuke. A few minutes later. At the familiar training ground, 2 men stood together. Itachi and Sasuke. Mangekyo slowly formed. Itachi squeezed Sasuke's neck. My stupid brother. Chapter 193. Thank you for standing in front of me. 3 days later, the Konoha Research Department. Bajian calmly waited outside. Itachi and Sasuke have been pushed into the operating room. By Tsunade and Orochimaru is nothing to worry about. Just wait for the result. But it is worth mentioning that because of the age issue, Sasuke's evolution from Santomo to Mangekyo was extremely difficult. Fortunately, at the last moment, Bajian simply stimulated it with Indra Chakra. New Kao's Mangekyo has the same abilities as in the original. And Amaterasu. One is to release black flame, and the other is to control the flame form. Ziba Mangekyo has this kind of ability. As for Madara's Ziba Mangekyo ability, Bajian asked once before. Passive abilities like boosting ninjutsu and improving agility. Not his Kaden fire style can be called forbidden technique, there are reasons. Special transplant potion for Yuhi eye disease redeemed from the system mall. Bajian is very accurate. Letter, when they come down from the operating table, there will be 2 more Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Konoha village. Bajian knows this in his heart. The use of Susanoo can take time to settle. Sasuke is still young, so there is no need to pull the seedlings to help him grow. Indra Chakra has been guided out by the 8 swords and slowly merged with his own body. What is certain is that even if Sasuke and Naruto die in the future, Indra Chakra and Asura Cha Carrot isn't turning bulls either. Because the people who control these 2 types of chakra have completely disappeared. Indra and Asura will also come to the end, completely absorbed by Naruto Sasuke, and become him forever. Their strength. As for how far it can grow, Bajian doesn't take it seriously, it's just fine. Power of an easier master than in the original. In the future, their achievements are not too low. As for Itachi's eternal Mangekyo, 8 Swords is still looking forward to it. In the original book, he left his eyes to Sasuke. I can't see the red Yuhi-colored complete body Susanoo no Pei either. How strong will his strength be? 8 Swords not clear. Ding. The logo during the operation is accompanied by a pleasant prompt tone, which becomes the word, completed. 2 hospital beds were pushed out by medical ninjas. It can be seen that although the eyes are blindfolded, the state of the 2 is still very stable. It worked. Orochimaru nodded at Hachiken with a hint of envy. The surgery went smoothly. After all, the 2 are blood relatives, and the transplanted eyes will not be rejected. He is envious of these 2 people having such powerful eyes. Sharingan's known endpoint. Having such eyes at such a young age is such a terrifying pupil power. It's hard work. To Orochimaru, Hachiken was about to say something. Tsunade's burning eyes next to him. What about me? I'm not working hard. Squinting his eyes, Tsunade leaned in front of Hachiken and spat out 3 words. Borrow. Understand. Come. This guy is getting bolder. Before, Yuhi came over with a face and asked himself if he had time, and said that he would treat guests to a meal, and expressed a euphemism. Inner thoughts. But now the short 3 words have basically summed up everything. Shrugging his shoulders, Bajian expressed no fear. By borrowing, Tsunade has forgotten the original intention. Anyway, she and Bajian lived in the same yard, and there was no shortage of such things as master and apprentice going to the battlefield together. So, get used to it. Rest well. After speaking to Itachi and Sasuke, Hachiken pulled Tsunade and turned away. Borrow. Understand. Come. This time, let you despair one by one. Relatively quiet days began. The classified ninja world is slowly running. Driven by several large ninja villages, good news is frequently passed to the Hokage office. In the office. Bajian will appear in the office on time every day, take a look and leave. The rest is left to the assistant he personally appointed, namely Minato. The work is not too heavy. But the training is still going on. The evil ghost Zaraki Kenpachi, the power of instinct, is considered white, and the great swordsman Mihawk is the eagle eye. The 3 major templates are steadily improving every day. For Bajian, he goes to the training ground every day to swing his sword and sweat freely, and return to his own at night. Think about which maid's room to enter at home, or go to Anko to discuss how the Mitarashi clan will be roused. Shing, or enter the account of Anko's best friend Kurenai Yuhi to conspire together. Or take a private bath with Azuki Yugao. Or check the development of Hinata or Ino. This is the trouble of ordinary. He likes this life. Unpretentious, but not boring. But for Konoha's new generation, getting through the day is relatively difficult. At this moment, Konoha has gathered all the outstanding juniors in the ninja world. For example, Kuretsuchi in Iwagakure village, Sunagakure 3 in the Land of Winds, in the Land of Thunder, both spiritual, and Samui, who was originally a disciple of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force, surrendered to the 8 Swords, and the head of Kurigakure village. Jiro and other talent coefficients are listed. As for the more special ones, it is the ninjas of Yinyan village such as Kagaya Kimimaro. Orochimaru has surrendered, and Kimimaro, who has lost his goal, finds 8 Swords for a detailed talk and finally decides to stay in Konoha. In the Konoha special training camp, they do not distinguish each other, and do not have to think about the value and meaning of existence. They have only one goal. Just to complete the special training of the first person in the ninja world, Yaba Sword. It's an honor for them. Advanced training for Chunin exam. Although I don't know where this power was used after the ninja world became an iron plate. But the 5th generation Hokage Yebijian said that after a while, he will expand the Youo squad and Anbu. At that time, the first strongest ninja competition will also start. In order to get a good ranking, give an explanation to the ninja village that used to be his own. They are willing to put in the effort. And on a certain night, Hyuga Neji, who worked extremely hard during the day, came to the door of the 5th-generation Hokage Yabajian and knelt heavily. On the ground, he kowtowed 3 times before turning around and leaving. The reformation of the Hyuga family has been completed. Hyuga Hiyashi admired the sight of Neji desperately trying to save himself when there was chaos in the exam room during Chunin's exam. He also understands that the Time Lord Hokage said has come to directly announce the abolition of the caged bird system. On that day, the Hyuga clan was brightly lit, and countless ninjas from separate families gathered outside Hyuga Hiyashi's house to express their excitement and frantic thanks. Hyuga Hiyashi himself was a little shocked that this happened. I vaguely remember what Hokage-sama said. You can try, when the restrictions are lifted, they'll work harder to protect the main clan instead of. Think rebellion. Gratitude is always easier to control than restraint. He was convinced of this. And Bajian also fulfilled his promise to Hyuga Neji and became the biggest benefactor of Hyuga Neji. A figure I look up to all my life. The unification of the ninja world is not slow. Especially when Uchiha Madara joined Anbu, the speed was exaggerated to a certain extent, and only after the powerful fighting power shown by Chiwa Madara, the ninjas of Anbu knew that the Hokage-sama has defeated. Maybe because of Rinnegan, or something. Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo Nenping is much larger than Uchiha Itachi's complete body. Even with one knife, it can chop down a lot of mountains. Too strong. Under this kind of combat power, the Konoha coalition forces that push the ninja world horizontally have begun to gather the resistance forces. In just 3 months, the rebels have completely surrendered. This is necessary. Konoha at the moment represents the peak combat power. Good news comes to Konoha. Matching it, there are more and more names on the wall of honor and merit on the central square of Konoha village. There are heroic sacrifices. There are also heroic kills. But no matter which one, it is destined to be remembered by the people of Konoha village. Finally, the number of good news slowly dwindled. But that's not a bad thing. This represents a signal. The signal of the complete unification of the ninja world. The final moment has come. Then what Yi Bajian said during the Chunin exam became a fact. Lead the Konoha and bring down the war completely. He made it. Really did it. Konoha at the moment, enter the real peak. First ninja village. No, from this moment on, the ninja world has only one name. Konoha. Zoning management, multi-party administrative departments, and national borders are changed to zoning borders. The land of water is renamed as the capital of the sea, and the tourism industry is vigorously developed. The establishment of the wharf enriches the sea. Materials are fully utilized. With the concerted efforts of the Nightingale Squad, the mountains of the Land of Thunder have become a new land, and they are organizing the nation. All-out food. The Land of Wind, is embarking on the afforestation plan under the leadership of Yamato, and it is foreseeable that a more prosperous life awaits them in the future. When the policy was implemented, countless people bowed deeply to Konoha in the center of the mainland. After reunification, the imagined tyranny and heavy taxation did not appear. The expanded Konoha Anbu ninjas just supervise and test the fruits of their labor, and do not deliberately embarrass them. And a better life than before, let them completely surrender to the rule of Konoha, surrender to the 8 swords of the night. Wise. This is true peace. Jiraiya, who has traveled in the ninja world, has resigned from the Night Owl team, and will take all the ninja world bit by bit. The changes are recorded in his newly written books. People like him are destined to not like to fight and kill. But the title of this book is The Legendary Life of That Man. Telling the biography of Yabajian and the legendary story, Jiraiya has decided to release this book in an all-round way. Not for the money, just to let people know more about the legends in the village of Konoha or He vowed to use the rest of his life to travel to every corner of the ninja world and tell people with his pen how difficult life is now, and the places where there are still unstable factors will be passed on by the way of psychic beasts. Back to Konoha and let Hokage choose what to do with it. As for the names of those countries, the useful ones are kept, and the useless ones will be abolished as nobles. Only by being positive can we get a better life and live, and it is only reserved for those who have goals in their hearts. It just depends on whether you are willing to use Uniu to get close to your goals. This is a replica of the Will of Fire. In addition to guarding, there is a deeper meaning. That is Naruto's ninja in the future. Speak straight, do what you say. ... Don't know how to say it. Hokage rock. Uchiha Shisui smiled and looked down, while Uchiha, the rejoicing man beside him, raised his head and stared at the sky. What? Itachi looked down at Shisui. Don't know how to describe the love for Konoha. Probably even if you want to keep your blood and soul in a corner, and then silently to protect the village. Shisui laughed awkwardly, and after being changed by the 8 swords, he finally saw everything he wanted to see. He is very happy. I took the wine gourd thrown by the man and took a sip. If you scoffed at this man's thoughts at the beginning, where would you be now? Meet that man. Become friends. Although he didn't have a true heart-to-heart connection like Itachi, he became the shadow of the 8 swords. But Shisui was already satisfied. To leave his own traces in that man's life, the word friend is well deserved. Suddenly I thought of the Night Owl team at the beginning. At that time, there were only Uchiha Itachi, Hatake Kakashi and Yappachi Sword. He was ordered to snatch the Sword of 8 Swords. Thinking about it, Shisui suddenly smiled. Danzo-sama's path was the wrong one after all. But maybe the original intention is the same as the 8 Swords. But that doesn't matter. With the 8 Swords, also supporting each other and Itachi, Kakashi will remember the days when Kakashi went to the country of need for a lifetime. Support, rely on each other, and hand over the back to the people you trust. This is the ninja. You're still so sentimental. I don't know what Jianzhang is doing now. Yan Yan, who looked at the 8 swords on the wall, smiled. Itachi crossed his shoulders and took 2 steps forward, looking at Konoha. Some express hotel. Tsunade, who was already too poor to open a suite, struggled to stand up. That bastard is gone. Fail again. Is it because I am old? What to do with the blood of the Senju clan? Tsunade sighed. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and she is afraid that she will have to work hard. Well, get used to it anyway. Ah. Bajian, who walked out of the hotel, sneezed. I don't know what's going on recently, I always feel like someone is talking about me. Husband Sir-kun, in fact, the concubine thinks. If you want to leave a descendant, the concubine and you. It's the best fit. Why waste seeds? Whispered Kagaya in the spiritual space. You don't understand, this kind of challenge is like shooting a goal in a football match, the more difficult it is. It's a pleasure to score a good goal, the 8 swords said with seriousness. The principle is the same, anyway, Orochimaru said that he is healthy, but the probability is slightly lower. But as long as the frequency is frequent, this thing will not be a problem. And I'm still young, and I don't have the heart to have children. Finally, after adding a sentence, Bajian leapt to the commanding heights of Konoha village. My world, do you understand now? Taking a sip of erguotu refreshed, Bajian said to Kagaya. Well, the concubine knows that what I did before was a bit stupid. After getting into the arms of Bajian and sniffing, Kagaya said with emotion. More than stupid. The Otsutsuki family use the fruit of the planted tree to refine it into pills and then eat it to maintain immortality and gain power. Comparatively speaking, with Rinnegan, their strength depends on infinite Tsukuyomi's white Zetsu. Live. Reluctantly touched the horn on Kagaya's head, Bajian said. Can White Zetsu beat the Otsutsuki trio to protect the Earth? 8 Swords laughed. What the hell is going on with these girls? But count the time, it's almost time. Looking into the distance, the planning area that is about to be completed, Bajien smiled. Konoha promoted to Ninja Corps. Heart Shadow. And he, the Hokage of Konoha, is naturally taking a step forward. Since he is about to be crowned as the leader of the entire world, he should be improved in all aspects. But to be honest, the matter of building the luxury mansion was really not his initiative. But after seeing the changes in the ninja world, those ordinary people want to do something for the 8 Swords, spontaneously. Organized and ordered construction. Create a small. It feels good to be trusted. Probably this palace-like mansion is the biggest reward he has gotten for so long. 24 Fly. The ninja world is completely unified. Everything is going in the right direction. And while the peaceful days continued, a message passed from Konoha to the ninja world. The 5th generation Hokage Knight 8 Swords. The leader of the ninja world. The undisputed strongest man. Will be married in a month. At that time, all shinobi village representatives are invited to Konoha to witness the ceremony. For the peaceful ninja world, the news is full of explosions. In this world, no one does not give Yi Bajien this moment of face. Of course, they also have fun. Dreamy. Just set off for Konoha, have some doubts. The object of doubt is the other person in the big marriage. Everyone knows that the strongest man in the ninja world is Feng Liucheng, and the maids are 2 for 2. Then Yu Yan must have many confidants. But now that the news of the big wedding has come, who will occupy Yi Bajian's heart when he falls to the ground? They would love to know. So this time to participate in the wedding, in addition to witnessing the epic moment, which girl would you like to see? This lucky, that is the first person in the ninja world. It must be very happy to be his partner, right? Messaging. At almost the same time, the leaders of the major shinobi villages and the small shinobi villages went to Konoha. This is a unified country, but it retains the tradition of shinobi village to the greatest extent. 8 Swords are not like letting the whole. Everyone in the ninja world wears the Konoha forehead. Large extent, those people are not worthy of wearing Konoha forehead guards, and if they want to enter Konoha, they have to go through layers. Layer filtering. The system of the ninja village is retained, but the final decision-making and management of the village are controlled by Konoha. This is enough. And when those people see that life is getting better and better, they will naturally not continue to resist. The wedding hasn't started yet. But the atmosphere in Konoha has risen to its peak. Yuhi's wine green village makes people feel nostalgic. The smiles of blessing on people's faces are not showing respect to the completed bedroom in the distance, but somewhere in the corner. 2 fat and bloated figures stayed on the roof. I said, this uncle's half-body, if the eldest gets married, shouldn't he give him something? Carrying the wine gourd, Yin Kurama asked young Kurama. Definitely, I just don't know what to give. I said before that the picture in Erway's head will be taken away. When the NB background music, unfortunately Yugito scolded the dog's blood. Ni Yugito is 2-tailed Jinchuriki, column force. As for what Erway saw, he knew. Just like Yugito screamed that day. QB 9 Tails has seen similarities in Kushina and Mito. It's a pity that Erway is a female cat, she just continued to sleep after looking at it for a while. It is not interested in human hobbies and does not dare to read more. The maid's tail beast must have the same consciousness as the maid. As for letting Lee Lama put that thing on. Isn't that looking for death? Goma. Tilda, what to do then? Yin Kurama asked while scratching his head. Gone. This uncle has it. Liang, young QB 9 Tails, rushed out of Konoha village with his own half to catch the moonlight. Time at 10:10 passed. There are more and more guests of Konoha, and even Jiraiya, who has traveled abroad, is back. Finally. When that day came, I was in the second dimension, and Bajian was not so particular about it. Wearing a black robe, he finally came to the door of the palace. But to the surprise of the guests, what he was holding in his hand was just a woman who didn't look very prominent. Azuki Yugao. When she was waiting for him in the icy winter in her wedding dress, Bajian knew that he owed her a ceremony. There is no need for too much weight loss ritual. In fact, the news of the wedding is that Shikaku and Minato feel that it is necessary to plan other things to maintain the 8 swords. It was revealed only when Shinobu Village participated. In essence, Bajian is not the kind of person who likes to be too lively. But since it is done, it must be done with colorful carpets from the newly built bed gangyi to the cherry blossom forest in the Uchiha clan's land. Hachiken likes cherry blossoms. There is also a scene where Naruto gets married in the original book as the final meeting place. Take Yugao's hand out of the palace. But things are obviously not as simple as those guests imagined. Tenten, Ino, Hinata, and Sakura walked out slowly behind them, holding Mao in their hands. Yugao's long wedding dress was full of envy. They looked pure and beautiful when they were well dressed, but it was certain that she had moved to the palace. Sooner or later they belong to one person. The first person in the ninja world is romantic, everyone knows this, everyone knows it. But after the 4 girls came out, a few figures appeared behind them again. This time, Bing was obviously stunned. Especially when I found out that the women in the back were also wearing wedding dresses, I was even more confused. Ninja World. Seping has never had a wedding like this before. This is an upright romance, and sure enough, powerful people never lack Yuhi Yan confidant. Kurenai Yuhi is very generous, even chatting and laughing with Enko next to him. Didn't feel anything wrong. Enko did mix in. The 2 maids behind her looked slightly Yuhi. Konan and Yugito never expected this day. Yugito was okay, Konan was sluggish. Is she married? Married to the devil in your heart? Why is there still joy in my heart? Originally, she didn't understand, but after the man put her wedding dress in person, she understood. Have you fallen? It is as expected. Those who brought peace to the world have changed from hatred to indifference, and from indifference to attraction to the present. She gave up everything but love. These 3 are quite calm. It's just that the person who came out at the end was obviously a little embarrassed. Tsunade, pulled out by Terumi Mei, embarrassed. Orochimaru Jiraiya, who was watching from a distance, was stunned for a while when Tsunade, who had been put on a wedding dress by 8 swords, was stunned for a while, but then turned to blessings and said congratulations to Tsunade from afar. Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru shook his head and said nothing. He probably already guessed the ending when he took Yabaji into Tsunade. It's not important anymore. Wu advances. Noah, when walking up to Minato. 8 swords stopped. This man changed the life trajectory originally set by Yabajian. On the contrary, destroying it with Orochimaru is what Hachiken wants to do. Now he is standing there. But the identity is very special. Last night, 8 swords found Minato. Only said one word to him. Can you come to my wedding? As my father. Minato at that time had Yuhi's eyes. But now, it is full of joy and inspiration. All the time. I didn't say a word to you. Standing in front of Minato, Hachiken grinned, while Azuki Yugao next to him glanced at his arm in shock. There is clearly a touch of Jingrong on it. Thank you, at the Anbu base. Stand in front of me. Bowed deeply to Minato. When he looked up again, his face had turned indifferent. Between men, why talk too much? Nodding to the 8 swords. Minato gave his sunny smile. Bombardment. Boom. Boom down. At this moment, the earth trembled. People looked up to the sky in horror. I saw the tailed beasts flying into the air with a knife in unison. 2 tails are in Yugito's body, so naturally they will be absent. But the 2 power tails plan to make up for the opportunity of Jushin Lianju. Tailed beast bomb burst. It's like a really awesome fireworks. Indeed, there is nothing more shocking than the fireworks of the tailed beast. Damn, this is art. Deidara in the distance gave the ghost shark next to him a slap in the face. Why are you hitting me? Ghost shark just kicks Deidara's ass. Seriously, get married. On the other hand, Naruto and Sasuke next to each other held the two of them with warnings on their faces. It's okay to be crazy, but not for scoring occasions. Boss. Boss. Whizzing. Two chubby figures rushed over. In the end, he slammed into the arms of the 8 swords. The 2 Kuramas are still so cute, he likes this gift very much, and the knife finally cut through Ninja. This is my ninja world. Smiling looking at the sky. 8 swordsmen whispered. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the leaves of new cows sprout. This monolithic ninja world, the invincible Konoha. I'll wait for you, Otsutsuki. Cherry blossom forest. Fragrant petals flying. People toasting toast. The legend continues, and this man will eventually be crowned king. His story just began. The Hokage volume comes to an end.